Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome you at the Second International Congress on Blue and Grey Collar Workers, an alternative neo-human relations perspective. As we gathered here from various corners of the world, I extend a warm greetings to every present, deans, directors, professors, and students from different countries. Your presence enriches our discussions and enhances the diversity of perspectives that is so vital to the success of our conference. I would like to extend a special welcome to the representatives of our university. It is with great respect that we acknowledge Professor Marta Mendel, Vice Rector for International Cooperation, whose efforts in fostering global partnership continue to advance our institution's reach and reputation. Additionally, I'm delighted to welcome the Director of the Graduate School of Social Sciences from Tashkent University, Professor Cenk Sözen. Also, I would like to warmly welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Muna Fatmat, Professor Jay Lebowitz, Professor Kuan-Chin Chen, and Professor Fatih Çetin. The conference is co-organized by Tashkent University, the Turkish Academy of Management, and the University from Vietnam, University of Economics, Ho Chi Minh City. Our conference is co-financed by Ministry of Science and Higher Education of Poland. The event is dedicated to explore the evolving roles of white and blue and grey collar workers in this new era, where digital processes redefine traditional employment and work interactions. It aims to deepen our understanding of how digital transformation influences the labor market and to exchange perspectives on managing the significant culture shifts within organizations. This dialogue is crucial as we consider the broader implications of artificial intelligence and machine learning within the workplace, affecting everyone from factory floor workers to executive leaders. Throughout this conference, we will engage in critical discussions about the opportunities that digital tools offer and the disruption they cause. This is a unique opportunity to strategize on fostering a workplace that leverages technological advances for growth while mitigating risks associated with automation and data privacy. At our conference, we are pleased to host 74 presentations, comprising 37 in person and 27 online, spread across 16 sessions. Presentation will continue today until 4:30. Following today's session, I would like to cordially invite you to the gala dinner at the Regent Hotel. Tomorrow, the session will be held in building number 7, distributed across 3 rooms. Additionally, we will continue to host our online presentation via Microsoft Teams. For those who wish to join us, for those who would like to join us remotely, today's proceedings are also being streamed live on YouTube. At our conference, we have representatives of 15 countries. We have participants from Bangladesh, Finland, India, Kazakhstan, Lithuania, Maldives, North Cyprus, Romania, Turkey, Ukraine, United Kingdom, USA, Vietnam, Comoros, and Poland. Together, we have 198 participants. Thank you for being here. I eagerly anticipate the innovative ideas and solutions that will emerge from our discussions. Together, let's make this conference a resounding success, filled with enlightened discussions and meaningful collaborations. May we all leave this event enriched and inspired to make a difference in our respective fields. Now I would like to welcome to the stage the Vice Rector for International Cooperation at the Warsaw University of Life Sciences, Professor Marta Mendel.
Good morning. Good morning. Great. It's my honor and great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Rector of Warsaw University of Life Sciences, Professor Michał Zasada, who sends best greetings and obviously wishing you enjoyable time during the conference and your stay in Warsaw. It's a pleasure for the university to host such distinguished guests. It's only possible if the local organizers have an idea, an imagination and wish they would like to come true. And I think the big thanks should go at this stage already to Professor Paliszkiewicz, who is an excellent organizer and with your help made this event so great. I realize it's not only one person show, it's always a team working behind. So if you don't mind, we could also clap hands for the whole team involved in this organization. You're gathered here to talk about human relations and human resources, I guess, a great value of each institution. And this is also how we see it at our university. It's the most important part. The campus might be beautiful, the weather might be great as it is today, but it's people who made the atmosphere, who made the job. So I'm really curious what is going to be said about this new human relations, how you translate it, taking into account that you represent so many regions and definitely different points of view. It must be really successful and interesting event. I wish you all learn a lot, make nice experiences and exchange between each other. In addition, I hope you like the city, you enjoy the evening and also the stay at our university. If there is anything we could do better from our side, let us know and we'll try to make it even greater tomorrow. So thank you very much and enjoy your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite to the stage Professor Cheng Sozan, Director of Graduate School on Social Sciences, Baskan University in Turkey, the representative of our co-organizer.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank to Joanna and also Warsaw University of Life Sciences for giving me a chance to address such a distinguished group of participants. So you can see the logo of the first conference, which was held in Ankara, the capital of Turkey, in Başkent University. So I want to reframe how these idea generated to organize a conference focusing on blue and gray color workers. I'm also president of Turkish Academy of Management, which is an associate organization of Academy of Management, and we also involve in this organization. So 2 years ago, one of my PhD students, he was working for as an HR director of a mining company, gold mining company, and he told me that he was having trouble with lorry drivers there, and he told me that current management literature doesn't give anything else for us to deal with unexpected circumstances to cope with this blue and gray color workers. And we searched the literature a little bit in 2022, and we noticed there are 165 Web of Science indexed articles having gray color or blue color in the title. So we explored there's a great gap in the literature. We don't have many studies concerning specific contingencies of blue and gray color workers group. For that reason, we initiated the first meeting and we tried to define the contingencies involving in this group of workers. So scholars from political science and management fields, sociology field joined to this conference, and we tried to develop literature to fill out this gap. And there were 220 participants in our first conference and 70 papers presented during the conference. I want to show you some of the images. So this is a PhD workshop we organized before the conference. You can notice Joanna there and also Sandra from Tel Aviv University. And we have keynote speech and a gala dinner. It was very fascinating. We danced a lot. So that's the closing ceremony of the event. So currently we are seeking for institution who will be voluntarily get involved in organizing the next event, which will be held in 2026, third conference on blue and gray collar workers. So I want to announce you here if somebody wants to involve in the hosting the third one. We will be happy to support the third event. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. So I hope the event will be fruitful in terms of academic outcomes and networking. I want to present something else to Vice Rector and also Joanna on behalf of my university. Thank you so much. This is the package. Okay. We have some of the demonstrators here inside featuring our university with programs. You can carry this. And also, I want to present another plate to Joanna. Thanks very much for your support for organizing this event. Thank you so much. This side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you.
Now I would like to open the keynote speaker session. So I would like to invite all keynote speakers here, please. Dr. Muna Fatmah, Professor Jay Lebovitz, Professor Quang-Chin Chen, Professor Fatih Cetin. Welcome here. I'm honored to present the distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Muna Fatmah, who pursued Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management, specializing in Human Resource Management from Management Science University in Malaysia. Dr. Muna Fatmah worked as the Director General of Maldives Media Council. She also worked in various other ministries, such as Ministries of Housing, Infrastructure, and Ministry of Health. Additionally, she also works as a college lecturer, delivering human resource modules to postgraduate students at college in Malé, Maldives. She is a career-oriented woman who strives to share her knowledge and experience in a professional manner. Dr. Muna has received the esteemed Professional Woman and Career Achievement Award 2022, powered by Women in Management in Maldives. She also won prestigious Woman Excellence Award for Excellent Research of the Year 2022 and Woman Personality of the Year 2021, powered by Times Woman Icon. She was selected as 10 inspiring women leaders of human resources in Maldives in 2020. She was honored with the Asian Human Resource Leadership Award, Women and Leadership Award in 2019, which was held in Dubai Mall. This was Asian Human Resource Leadership Award has been recognized the achievement made by selected high-profile candidates from Asia. The topic of the presentation is an alignment between strategic policies and recruitment and selection practice in Maldives Civil Service Organization. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Prof. Jonah. And am I audible without this? No. Okay. So I have to use this, unfortunately. But it's not so comfortable to use the mic. And a very good morning to everyone. I can see a lot of beautiful faces from here. But before I present my presentation, why don't you give me another round of applause? Because I came long way from Maldives to here just to see these beautiful people. Wow. Thank you so much. I'm honored. And also, before presenting, I would like to say that we researchers, we are doing a lot of works and putting a lot of efforts to do things better and also to close the research gap and adding values to the knowledge and research. But also we are doing one more important thing, not only adding values to the people and closing the research gap, but also we are enhancing the organizational efficiency as well through research. Right? Without doing any research, we wouldn't be able to identify the weakness. What are the areas that we need to work on in the organization? So it is important us to have the research and conducting research to identify the weakness in the areas that we need to improve our organization as well. Since we are in this research conference, why don't we give a round of applause for the organizing committee members and all the researchers who are presenting here? Okay. It's lovely to see you all, and thank you. Well, I am a keynote speaker of this conference. Well, in this conference, our paper, two papers is presented and was accepted by double-blind review. Also, my co-author is Prof. Dr. Albert, who isn't in this conference, but he is currently working in Management Science University, Malaysia. But of course, he will be online watching us, even though he cannot make it in person here. So our paper is an alignment between strategic policies and recruitment and selection practice in Maldives Civil Service Organization. I'll be highlighting and very briefly, precisely manner, I will be explaining what and how we have done this research paper. Though I would like to, give a overall and general view of human resource management as well. And also, before presenting this paper, I would like to give a very brief overview about Maldives. I'm sure you all would love to know about Maldives, right? Of course, you can see in the slide in the right side corner, that is the Maldives chart. Okay, that is the Maldives. Unlike other countries, we are very small, but it's a very beautiful country, I would say. The sunny side of the life. Everyone would love to visit in there because we are in the Indian Ocean. We are very small, scattered in a small islands, but it would be very beautiful. We are very less population, like around 500,000, but it is a very nice, beautiful place. I invite you all to visit Maldives one day, and I would love to serve you all. Okay, thank you. Let me start my presentation here then. Okay, so when we are talking about human resource management, we are talking not only about the people. We are, organization always strives to seek, success. They are seeking success. But when we can dream, create, and build a most wonderful place in everywhere. But imagine, we can create a palace also. We can have a lot of interesting ideas, fascinating ideas, but it may not work all the time. The thing is, we have to have the better workforce in the organization. We need to have the proper work plan in the organization. So people or human manpower is very important in every organization. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, because of them only we can do our best and we can strive for the success. And our dream comes reality because of those manpower, because of our employees, because of our staffs. If we don't have proper and the right people in the organization, we won't be able to achieve them. Even though we have the fascinating ideas, it won't be able to do that. Right? So we as HR managers, HR practitioners, we need to have HR specific skills when we work in organization. HR skills and also analytical skills is something very important we need to have. Being as HR manager or HR practitioner, without understanding them, we won't able to identify or to recruit the potential candidates to our organization. So if we have that knowledge, analytical skills, those soft skills, then only we will be able to find when recruiting the potential candidate to the right person, to the right place. So when we talk about the soft skills, we HR managers, HR practitioners need to know how to communicate our employees, how to communicate through departments, and also it is important to make the decisions in the right time, in the right decisions to make at the most efficient way. If we don't have those abilities and skills, we would be able to do that? Of course, we won't be. So in the very first and most important thing is hiring process. In the HR or in the organization, HR starts from hiring. So when we have those skills, it would be easy us to identify the potential candidates to the organization to strive for the better and make it more efficient way. So another thing is psychological acumen. We have a lot of people, lot of departments will be working, right? So a lot of people will have different attitudes. They will have not same attitudes as we have. So we should understand that people will have different skills, different abilities, different perspective of thinking, maybe positive, maybe negative, but we need to, as HR manager or HR practitioner, we need to identify them. We need to have that kind of knowledge, like psychological acumen is something very important to know. So that is why, to do that also, we need to have certain procedures and policies, which is related to my topic as well, right? If we have specific criteria, policies, standard operating procedures, guidelines, then it would be easy for you to identify those potential candidates. Because if you don't have them, then everyone will treat them in a different way, whatever way they want it. So it will lead us to have the incompetent person. So we won't have that sustainable way of doing things if we don't have certain procedures and policies in the guidelines within the organization. So it is important thing to have certain procedures and policies. Even to recruit a potential person, we need to follow them. We ourselves, as a HR manager, it is not only HR managers I'm talking, all the managers, they need to have their integrity, right? When recruiting someone, so that only we could, overcome with stereotype decision-making styles and being biased to anyone to recruit the potential candidate to the organization. Am I right? You agree with me? Yeah, okay. So we are in our 20s, right? 20th centuries, not in 90s. Olden days, we have only one HR manager. He is the person who does everything. The person who is firing, who is hiring, and doing all the works in the organization. So people will get so afraid to that person. They won't dare to say any single word to. Because if they say, they will warn them, right? They will get warning letter and make them zip, right? They won't say anything. So those days we have only one. But in these, modern days, things has been changed. Like Prof. Jonah has mentioned, because of the advanced technology, things has been evolving. And the organization itself is evolving. People are developing. So they don't want someone to, shut out or someone to command you in the organization. Would you like to be like that, work in that kind of situation? I'm sure nobody would love to work in the under control, right? So at that time, olden days strategy was like commanding. They are the commanders to everyone. But nowadays, that one HR manager has become a section, and now it began to the department as well, because they are people who doing everything, making the strategies, doing things right, and also they are the people not only controlling but guiding. So those HR managers became the consultants. Who would want to be the consultant in here? Or who would want to be the controller? Or working under controller? Would you mind working under controller? Nobody, right? Okay, everyone would love to be the consultant because they are the people who monitor, give coaching, and offer opportunities to the people to proactive and to focus on strategies, development, and accountable to offering efficient and effective service to the organization and other people, right? So, based on my experience and the knowledge I have, this is what I believed in 2021. Under your team members' psychological patterns to achieve the organizational objectives. So being as a HR manager, you need to understand psychological patterns, people's behaviors, people's knowledge, skills, and everything. Then only you would be able to work with the team to strive for the success. So let's come to the research paper. The problem here is identifying the major strategic policies, barriers, maintaining the effectiveness of recruitment and selection practice that reflects organizational performance. This is the problem we have in every organization, right? So if we don't have, like I said before, if we don't have proper strategic workforce planning or HR analytical skill, what we will face is we will have a weak culture. Because of the weak culture, people will be not more satisfied in the organization. Weak culture in the sense they won't have a very good relationship with the manager or the subordinates. So they will have a lot of problems, lot of grievance. They won't know how to identify or to solve the problems. So when we have a weak culture, that people will get demotivated and dissatisfied with their work. So when they are dissatisfied and demotivated, they won't present for the work. The absenteeism will be high. Because of this absenteeism, then it will lead to high turnover rate. When you have a high turnover rate in the organization, definitely we won't be able to have the high performance rate. It will be insufficient. We cannot make sufficient enough to provide the service. So because of this, to mitigate all these problems, we need to have the proper plan and we need to have the proper strategic policies in the organization. Right? So, and also another thing is when we hire a person, we need, as I have mentioned, HR analytical skills. We HR managers, leaders should know how big our organization is, how small our organization is, why do we need to hire the person, what job he is doing in the organization, right? So we have to analyze all these things to recruit one person. We need to identify the specifications, job that he is going to do in the organization. And also, it is important to identify, if you are able to identify the psychological acumes, then you would know the person would be able to shape in the organization the way you want it, whether you're going to have the positive culture or the negative culture, whether the person is agile to adopt in your organization, whether the person has the quality or the ability to adopt in your organization, will you able to adopt that person to the organization is also important. If not, again we will be going to the same process, which will be rehiring, and it is a very costly thing. So according to the research, it shows that even if you want to hire one person, it would take minimum 35 days to 40 days. So this is a long way, right? Because a lot of days without providing service. If the post is vacant, the other person will be overloaded. So this is something we need to be, think of. So when having the procedures, policies, it may mitigate these things, right? So we shouldn't maximize and, do things in a cost-effective way. So the research objective and the link between strategic policies and recruitment and selection, here I will be talking about only one hypothesis. But in my paper, or our paper, we have mentioned two hypotheses, but since we have only few times, so I will be highlighting about one hypothesis here, the recruitment and selection practice that mediates relationship between strategic policies and organizational performance. So in this research, what we have found is it is important to comply with all legal requirements to follow recommended code of practice and ensure justice and fair treatment, like I said before. To have that fair recruitment system, we need to have them. And HR policy makers have to formulate the strategies that may focus on employees' attitudes and behavior, along with the implementing to enhance group level performance as well. So this is the methodology that we use to this research. The adopted self-administrative questionnaire was distributed to all the Maldives civil servants who work as a civil servant. As I have mentioned, we have scattered islands, so this questionnaire was distributed to the people who live in those islands as well, but who works as a civil servants. So ministries, atoll councils, island councils, and other departments were trying to get the data. So this questionnaire was distributed to them. More than 418 sample was collected from that, to justify this research. So the reliability and the consistency were validated by using Cronbach Alpha, and to analyze these data, we have used SEP and also SPSS and Amos version 24 to analyze all the data. And also the study has tested all the hypotheses, but I'm going to emphasize here only one hypothesis, like I mentioned before, hypothesis through exploratory factor analysis and the confirmatory factor analysis. So these are the procedures that we use to identify and justify the hypothesis. So these are the descriptive statistics that find in research analysis. For this research, 51.2% of the female were responded to this study. Among that, 48.8% male were male. And the interesting thing in here is we have more than 25,000 civil servants, but for this research, it shows that only 1.2% of the PhD holders was responded, and most of them were bachelor degree holders. They were 34.2%, and also 72% said that they were married, and 28% said that they are single. Okay, and also another important and interesting thing was 58.1% of the respondents who filled this form from ministries, because that is the capital city in Male. In Maldives, Male is the capital city, and other 41.9% were atoll councils and other island councils. So this is the finding. I'm not going to go in depth of these things, but I will be precise to very, in a short way. And then the finding shows that recruitment and selection practice that mediates the relationship between strategic policies and organizational performance, that has full mediating occurs in a direct effect, not significant, whereas indirect has significant effect. Because as you can see in here, direct effect was not significant, but it was indirect significant was significant in here in this hypothesis. The result shows. So here is the sum of the percentage. Interestingly, 67.9% of the civil servants have stated that throughout the recruitment and selection process, decisions made by human resource management team were unfair. Very unfortunate. Were unfair, 67%. So we HR managers, HR leaders, we need to think of this. It's not only Maldives, it's also about other countries as well. I have gone through some of the researches. It shows some kind of similarities. Civil service employees were selected based on merit. In Maldives, yes, they should be considered the knowledge, experience, and their skills as well. But following the strategic policies, 59.5% respondents believe that organization failed to have proper recruitment and selection plan. Like I said at the beginning, if we don't have proper plan, proper strategic things, then it would be difficult for us to have potential candidates. So 62% respondents agreed that still applicants were evaluated manually using Microsoft Excel, which is not. Yes, just a few minutes, please. Okay, so it is important to have the applicant software to recruit people. So let me go very fast because I don't have time in here. So the study concludes that integrating questions about nature and extensions of organizational and administrative actions. So this is something we need to consider. As a HR manager, we should, mitigate these kinds of things. Ethical dilemma is related to the panelists of the recruitment and selection and their integrity. Is the important question. So if you are being the panelist, make sure you do the right things with your integrity to hire the person. The competence of those involved in managing recruitment and selection practice, as well as a strategic policy implementation practice. The senior official performance and implementing their duties in the relative organization may also lack professionalism and their integrity. So here is the very, summarized way I have highlighted. Procedures based on applicants' software is important to have, or the recruitment practice, and also it is important to have the experience-based and future-oriented situational questions when you have a panel discussions or panel interview. So that interview panel could make fair, and it would have no rooms for halo effect or stereotype or prototype judgment as well. So the implications of this study highlights HR leaders' practitioners, HR team, and policymakers of the civil service organization needs to make a fair recruitment and selection practice. And also develop policies and put them into effort. Policymakers must understand the challenges of improving the applicants as well as shortcoming of the current recruitment and selection practices as well. So let me end here. So before ending this presentation, I would like to say that it is important to have well-designed non-discriminant policies in every workplace. This is what I believe personally, based on my experience and the knowledge that I have. And also, another thing, as a leader, we should know that winners make things happen, see a solutions. Every problem stands firm and adding values, but never compromise their integrity. Okay? This is what I believe. So now who would want to be the consultant in here? Any leader? Are we the leaders? Of course, Prof. Joanna is such a great role model in here. Thank you so much for listening to me. And that's the end of my presentation here. And
thank you very much for the great presentations. And now I would like to introduce Jay Lebowitz. Jay Lebowitz is Professor of Business Information and Industry Transformation and Director of a new Artificial Intelligence Center in the Kramer Graduate School at Rollins College in Orlando, Florida, United States. He was ranked one of the top 10 knowledge management researchers, practitioners out of 11,000 worldwide, and was ranked the second in knowledge management strategy worldwide, according to the January 2010 Journal of Knowledge Management. At Johns Hopkins University, he was the founding program director for the graduate certificate in competitive intelligence and the capstone director of the MS Information and Telecommunication System for Business program. Dr. Lebowitz is the founding editor-in-chief of Expert System with Application Journal. He is author of over 45 books and a myriad of journal articles on knowledge management, analytics, financial literacy, intelligent system, and IT management. He is also the series book editor in the data analytics application book series Taylor and Francis, as well as the series book editor of the new digital transformation, accelerating organizational intelligence book series World Scientific Publishing. He is the top 2% of the top scientists in the world, according to a 2019 Stanford study. His recent books are Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence, The Business of Pandemics, The COVID-19 Story, a research agenda for knowledge management and analytics, online learning analytics, digital transformation for the University of the Future. Welcome here. The topic of the presentation is Thinking Purple, Beyond White, Blue and Grey Workers.
Thank you. Wow, that's a mouthful, Joanna. You're too kind. Jen Dobre, and welcome everyone. And it's great to be back in Warsaw, in Poland. Just a beautiful city and country. And I want to thank Joanna. It's great to see some old friends and meet new ones, and delighted to interact with you all. It's funny, when I started to delve into the research of blue and gray workers, the hardest part was first finding a tie that was kind of blue and gray. So maybe from this part up, I could qualify. But I truly felt I was a gray worker because of my age. So I do have to apologize a little bit, because as you get older, three things tend to happen. The first is that you tend to forget. And the second and third things, I don't remember. So I'm going to have to refer a bit to my notes just to make sure. Okay. All right. So I'd like to, I know Joanna has the toughest job keeping us on schedule. So can I use the full 20 minutes? Okay. So I know 5 after 11, I need to finish up. So I want to talk a little about a new type of collar worker that I'm calling the purple collar. And but before I do that, I just want to kind of set the stage in terms of different trends that are happening, that we're seeing in today's society. And you probably are so familiar, there's been a tremendous generative AI craze, whether it's ChatGPT or Google's Gemini or Microsoft's Copilot or Anthropic's Claude 3. And maybe Gen AI now is the killer app for AI. We'll see. But there's certainly been, tremendous interest in the whole field of artificial intelligence. I have to point out my wife presented a workshop yesterday on communicating for blue and gray workers, different strategies. So I always say she has the real intelligence. I have the artificial intelligence. Okay. We also hearing, I know the Vice Rector and Thea will be talking about sustainability issues, and there's tremendous interest, of course, in the green environment. And caring for our planet, and I think that will continue. In terms of future skills, we're seeing a variety of key skill sets. In fact, the World Economic Forum, based in Geneva, fairly recently indicated the most important skills that future workers should have, and they included analytical thinking, creativity, and adaptability, flexibility skills. So it'll be interesting to see how blue and gray workers might, tie into those skill sets. And then certainly we're seeing, key workplace demographic changes as they relate to digitization, or there's been a big effort in the whole digital transformation space and looking at lifelong learning and decentralized workplaces, and hopefully ongoing support for mental health issues. Okay, you're probably familiar with Gartner. From the technology side, we're seeing tremendous interest in a number of key areas. I told our sons that they should look into the metaverse. They're in their 30s, and certainly quantum computing, will be on the horizon. And it's very interesting. Gartner predicts the metaverse dealing, with extended reality types of applications to really take hold in the coming years. In fact, they predict that, I'm not sure, well, you can always make a prediction, but they predict by 2026, about 25% of the people will spend at least 1 hour every day on the metaverse, and about a third of the organizations will have products and services developed for the metaverse platforms. So it's not quite at prime time. It will probably take 5 to 8 years to fully develop the metaverse, but I think it's an interesting technology that in terms of this whole augmented virtual extended reality space. Okay, so now turning to blue and gray workers. Last year, Randstad did a HR report on blue and gray collar industries, and they cited the demand for flexibility on the rise in blue and gray collar industries. So here in the U.S., the Bureau of Labor Statistics is the organization that forecasts different occupational job growth, and they predict that gray collar workers will have a substantial presence on the list They indicate that about 20 jobs that relate to that category, including veterinary technicians and nurse practitioners, will have tremendous growth rates. So we're going to continue to see, I think, a rise in the importance of gray collar workers. Now, my wife would probably destroy me for showing a slide like this because you probably can't see it, so I apologize. But the only thing I'll highlight, this is coming from the World Economic Forum report, and it's looking at the largest net job growth in the next 5 years in terms of millions of jobs. And what they found is that here again, gray collar workers are among the top roles in terms of job growth over the next 5 years. So that includes agricultural equipment operators, heavy truck and bus drivers, and vocational educational teachers. And just one more art for you. This is also from the World Economic Forum, and it's showing the largest job decline over the next 5 years. And what you see are different occupations like data entry clerks, administrative and executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeeping, and payroll clerks. So they're expected to suffer the greatest reduction in employment. Now, since we're in Poland, I was curious to see, what's the situation here, and I'm very happy to report that Poland is way ahead of many other countries in terms of the talent outlook, according to the World Economic Forum report, and specifically looking at global benchmarks and technology skills, and also what's called self-efficacy, which means a person's belief in their ability to complete a task or achieve a goal. So I would be remiss if, since I'm doing kind of a quick background of research, if I didn't highlight this important volume. Joanna and her colleagues from Turkey produced this wonderful book. And I know that even Fatih probably knows, last year in Turkey, there was an interesting article that talked about diversity and discrimination, and they compared blue and gray collar workers and their perceptions. And even though the sample size was perhaps a bit limited, they found that among blue and gray workers, the commonalities were income, in terms of their interests, religious beliefs, and union affiliation. So very interesting. If we go a little further across the world to Australia, the Australian HR Institute had, oh boy, I really used terrible colors. So anyway, they did a study looking at gray collar workers, and they found that they're really the greatest asset to organizations. There was even a Canadian survey where they looked at gray collar and blue collar workers. They interviewed over 500 employees from a variety of fields, and they found that gray collar workers are most concerned in order with healthcare, affordability of their daily living, the economy, the climate change, and immigration. Okay, so with that as a backdrop, let's look at the different types of personas. And it was fascinating. I didn't know we had all these different color employees. So just very quickly, the gold color is people who are highly skilled and in demand, so maybe surgeons or lawyers. White collar, typically those involved with knowledge-intensive, non-routine types of jobs, maybe office jobs. The green collar are those employed by the environmental sector. Red collar workers are typically government workers, and blue collar, certainly manual labor. And the gray collar worker, perhaps ironically, kind of falls into a sort of gray area. So some people feel it does deal with age and bringing in more senior folks into the workforce. Others, though, typically it deals with a combination of different types of skill sets that are non-traditional. So we'll hear throughout the conference, some of the differences. Okay, so I'm going to be bold, and I know I have about 7 minutes, so keep me on task, Joanna. I'm going to invent a new collar, and I'm going to call this a purple collar. So just to show you, I stole from my wife's suitcase her purple turtleneck, very fortuitous, and it does have a different kind of collar. So we're going to see if we can promote the purple collar workers as well. So what is this? So this is maybe a combination of red and blue collar workers. If you mix red and blue, you get purple. So these would be people who develop kind of the technical depth in skill sets, the breadth that are needed to work in technology jobs that follow the non-traditional education paths. And it might be adapted from what's called the T-shaped model. So these are people who typically, certainly would not have a 4-year degree from college. They're normally trained through community, colleges, vocational schools, software boot camps, technical certification programs, high school technical education, and on-the-job apprentices and internships, and they might find some opportunities in the government and not-for-profit sectors. So my wife Janet alerted me to this fairly new book. It came out in 2020. It's actually a children's book. It's called The World Needs More Purple People. And the authors are Kristen Bell, one of the actresses you might see in the movies, and co-authors Benjamin Hart. And so from their description in the book, they say we need more purple people because purple people always ask really great questions. They bring their family, friends, and communities together, and they speak up for what's right. So, if Kristen Bell knows about purple people, that's a good sign. So, since this is based kind of on the T-shaped individual, let me just I have a few minutes left, talk a little about what that means. And in the interest of time, I'm gonna bypass one of the slides here. So maybe the purple collar employee would be the me in the middle here. And you have different boundary crossing competencies, right? Like teamwork and project management, communication skills, critical thinking skills, along with understanding across disciplines. And then you might have some more in-depth skills in knowledge, either in the analytical thinking, problem-solving area, but also maybe in at least one system in applying systems thinking. So here are some examples of skills of T-shaped workers, and maybe this would apply to someone as a purple collar worker. So again, someone who has a broad knowledge about a particular topic, a broader context for the specialized skill set, a basic understanding of how humans in society work, an understanding of the sector that you work in, a basic knowledge of how government or even business but not-for-profit sectors work, and certainly technology and soft skills. And we heard a little about the workshop yesterday about soft skills and the importance of that. So, hold on. Let me go back if I can. Well, can I go back? There you go. Thank you. So I try to give you some food for thought, and there's probably more room to combine and create other collars as part of the future workforce, but I took a stab at developing a purple collar worker. I'm going to leave you with this thought. And I have 2 minutes, so this is perfect. So we actually received it via an email regarding the chicken and the egg phenomenon. I hope it translates well across other countries, but I thought it was really interesting. I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know. So which one came first? So I don't think the purple collar worker came first in this case, but I want to thank you again for the invitation to speak at the conference in Jaikuya, and I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our next distinguished speaker, Professor Kuan-Chin Chen. Professor is Director of the Center for Business Analytics and the John W. Snyder Fellow at Western Michigan University at the United States. He has more than 25 years of research, teaching, and consulting experience. His research interests include data analytics, social networking, privacy and security, online behavior issues, artificial intelligence, and human-computer interactions. Dr. Chen has published in many reputable academic journals, including Information System Journal, Decision Support System, Information and Management. He has been an editor, associated editor, and editorial member of several scholarly journals and books. He is also a recipient of several research and teaching awards, including awards given by the scholarly community, academic institutions, and the United States Fulbright Program. He is frequently invited to give research talks at universities, government agencies, and other institutions. The topic of the presentation is skill shifting through human-artificial intelligence symbiosis. And please welcome to the stage Professor Kuan-Chin.
Thank you, Joanna. Well, first of all, it's great to be here for the second time. And well, I was here about 2 years ago, and I saw so many friends here that treated me so nicely. It was on the U.S. Fulbright scholarship. So it was during that trip, I only learned one Polish word, dziękuję. And last night, one of you actually taught me a different way to say it. So I learned 2 words now. So that's a really good thing. My goal is to learn 3 words before I leave. Anyways, so I'm here to share a few thoughts about the human-AI symbiosis. A lot of times we talk about AI coming in to replace your jobs. Well, it's not just AI, technology, automation, they all do that, right? It has been going on for years. And then the biggest question is that what are we going to do about it? Right, we cannot just sit there and do nothing. So therefore, that's something I'm going to share with the group today. More about what we're going to do and what are the possible strategies. And first of all, a little bit about me. I'm a professor of computer information systems at Western Michigan University. I wear multiple hats, actually. I'm also a professor at our medical school, and I'm a director of a Center for Business Analytics, John W. Schneider Fellow. My academic training in AI started in the early 90s, and I have been doing AI research for more than 25 years. I work in the area that crosses disciplines, basically the technical disciplines and versus social science disciplines. So I study behaviors, I study cognition, attitudes, and those interesting constructs that you typically see in business schools. Here you call it management school, right? So these are the things I do, and I've been awarded, like Joanna said, U.S. Fulbright specialist. I'm associate editor of Decision Support System, and also the Behavior and the Information Technology. So these 2 journals across the disciplines, in the technical disciplines and also the behavior and psychology disciplines as well. So this is just a short synopsis about me. And then let's talk about the topic today. And it's not news that when people tell you that AI is going to replace jobs, right? So a few things here. We talked about 47% of all the U.S. jobs fall in the high-risk category. And a lot of times that white-collar people, professionals, they think that, hey, this is not going to affect me. This is only blue collars, right? Not necessarily. because the second bullet point also says that people like us, we're going to be affected as well in many different ways. I'm going to actually explore a little bit more about how the replacement is going to happen. But I'm not going to go through all the bullet points here in this slide, but the most important point is the very last point, which basically says that 60% of the jobs today were not there in 1940. Well, that bullet item basically tells us that, we are not all doomed. Well, there are opportunities right there, the creation of opportunities, and those opportunities lie in new skills and new occupations and new titles and new abilities, capabilities. So there are opportunities for people, for us as well. So I'm going to break down my presentation roughly into 4 different areas. First one, timing. Right. This concerns about when are you going to start doing something? All right. It's going to happen, but when are we going to do something? Right. When is the right time to do it? And then we're going to be talking about the areas of priority. So we know that when we're going to do it, but what are we going to do, right? In which areas are we going to be cultivating our new skill set? What are we going to do? So, and then we're going to be talking about breadth and the depths of the exposure in AI. And the last point is the main thesis, the main point of today's presentation, which is a human-AI symbiosis. All right. As far as timing goes, what we have been seeing is that, the replacement is not going to happen overnight. It's more about a piecemeal replacement, task level replacement, rather than job replacement. Now, if it goes big enough, the one task today, 1% of your job is replaced today, and tomorrow 2%, and the day after 3%, 5%, and so on. This becomes a piecemeal replacement. So eventually piecemeal replacement, if it is big enough, then the biggest question that your boss or your supervisors are going to be asking you is that, where's your value add? You had a 100% contribution before. Now that you only have 50%. So what am I going to do? What I see from talking to industry people is that when the task level replacement happens, what the managers usually do is to pad the idle time with the non-productive work. So you go format some documents. You go format some documents, and you go do some. I'm sorry. You do some work not related to your job, and you do something else, and that's not productive. That not only that's not productive, it doesn't actually give you opportunities to cultivate new opportunities or new capabilities, new skills. So then gradually that padding is not helping you, anyways. So. And this is actually the slide that I think Jade mentioned about. This is from World Economic Forum and those areas of the cultivation. So if you're thinking about expanding your horizon, expanding your skill set, then where are you going to be expanding into, right? The analytical thinking, I think Munad also mentioned about it as well, the analytical thinking, creative thinking, and also you get to be learning AI. And big data, right? And then we see leadership skills, and we see resilience, curiosity, technology, literacy, and many of these were actually concerned about cognitive skills and also behavioral skills as well, right? So it's not just about one single double skill you're looking at. It's more about a package of skill sets that comes from cognition, comes from behavior, and other areas. So and then we see that, okay, now we know that about certain skill directions that we are going to be developing, we're going to be adding to our repertoire of skill set. Then what else? Can we actually learn about? So this slide is designed for a lot of people thinking that, this is AI, that is AI, and every time we look at apps, everybody is telling you that my app has AI. Well, the biggest question is that if you don't go deeper into what kind of AI that they are presenting to you, then you don't see opportunities, right? So this slide is prepared for a lot of audiences, about especially those people who are not very comfortable with the subdivisions of AI. So while we see AI, we see divisions, we see subcategories like expert systems, we see natural language processing, we see machine learning, and those are bigger categories. So those are traditional categories of AI. If you study AI, most likely you're going to experience those categories. And today we talk about ChatGPT, generated AI, the Google Gemini, right? Those apps fall into the natural language processing branch of AI, until you talk about DALL-E. Talk about the image generation. If it is the image generation, it combines the natural language processing and also image generation branches, two branches together into one single app. So if you know which specific branches of AI you're dealing with, then you'll be able to actually identify the possible opportunities for you. And those opportunities lies in the blue boxes over there: text processing, text summarization, topic modeling, and sentiment analysis, especially those of you studying the marketing, right? The sentiment analysis, recommender systems, those are the areas that you might be interested about more. Those are actually AI. And then the thing is that, a lot of people are saying that, well, I don't want AI. I don't want to touch anything about AI because AI is going to replace my job, so I don't want it. Well, too bad. You're using AI every single day anyways. So every single time when you're using Siri, you're using the Google voice activation, voice assistant, you're using Alexa, that's a voice AI. Next time when you're pulling out your cell phone, using your fingerprint to unlock your cell phone, that's image processing AI. If you're using your facial recognition, using your face to actually unlock your phone, that's actually the image processing side of AI. Next time, if you're using your email, you want to screen out those spam emails, that's an expert system and also the natural language processing branches of AI. So you're using AI every single day. It's just that a lot of people are not aware of the type of AI that they are dealing with. For some reason, that the left-hand side doesn't show up. Weird. Okay, that's fine. Well, I can talk about it anyways. I hear a lot of people coming to me and telling me that, okay, well, my newest opportunity lies in learning about a lot of AI apps. So the more AI apps I learned about, the better. And I'm going to say stay ahead of the competition. Well, the problem with that mentality is that, we talk about consumer AI that started around the mid-90s. Well, the consumer AIs, what they do is mostly making technical aspects of AI very easy for the general public to use. Without much training. So if you look at ChatGPT, how much time do you have to spend on that to learn to use it? 5 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes, right? So by the same token, that means that if you're just presenting your skill set based on the tool collection that you have so far, people can also do that in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes. Other people, your competitive edge is not going to be long lasting. So therefore I advised my faculty over there at my university that by simply looking at a tool collection, trying to stay ahead of the competition, that is never a good strategy, because people can easily get ahead of you very easily, right? So that's because of the consumer AI, kind of the mentality when software developers are developing their AI programs. So then the next question is that, what are you going to do? If you want to stay ahead of the competition, if you want to actually build up your competitive edge, what are you going to do? So I recommended to my faculty over there that, you look at the learning tools is not just too bad, but you don't stop there. you go ahead and actually expand on your horizon into the what we call the techniques behind the tools and then processes that using the tools. So let me give you a few examples of in that regard. So if we are talking about techniques behind the tools, then you will be able to actually say that, okay, when I'm using ChatGPT, why the ChatGPT cannot answer certain questions? You'll be answer the why question. If you know the techniques behind it, right? The techniques behind ChatGPT that relies on the data that is available, is collectible. And if the data is not available, data cannot be collected. Well, things are like if you study knowledge management, right? This is a common discipline in the business, in management. Well, if you study knowledge management, you talk about different kinds of the knowledge, one of which is implicit knowledge. Right, implicit knowledge is not the kind of the knowledge that's spoken, that's expressed, or that's printed. If that kind of knowledge is not available to ChatGPT, forget about ChatGPT answering your questions about the implicit knowledge. Right, so this is the concerning the technique side of the story. You know better on the technique side, you'll be able to answer the why question. The process side, is more about using the technology, using the tools, suited for your use cases. So the quick example I would like to share is that in business or management education, we talk about brainstorming. Well, brainstorming, the goal of brainstorming is to actually generate as many ideas as possible. And then, even better, if you have a good representation of people from the content area, so you have content experts representing from different disciplines, and then, that collection of the ideas that you generated are going to be very well-rounded and very healthy, right? But what if, one of them is not available? They cannot actually be helping you, or they don't have time, they won't be able to do it, or they have a hard time to find the content expert. Why can't ChatGPT be part of it? Well, you can do your prompt engineering and ask ChatGPT to be the content expert of a financial advisor, and then play with the people together to do the brainstorming process. So that is the kind of the collaboration with AI together. So this brings us to the main point of today's presentation, human-AI symbiosis. Human-AI symbiosis is a kind of collaboration between humans and AI. Well, but it doesn't stop there. It has multiple requirements. Requirement number one is a complementary collaboration. Well, humans add something to the table, AI adds something to the table, and jointly you're able to actually accomplish the work. Right? That sounds pretty nice. But if you stop right there, complementary the collaboration, if you stop right there, and things are not going to actually grow the way you expected in the future, because AI is going to get better and better and better. So therefore, that initially you are thinking about 50% of the contribution between humans and AI. Tomorrow, it could be the AI could be taken up about 60%, could be taken up at 70%. So that's why that we don't want to just stop at complementary interactions, because that is dangerous. That is a short life. Your edge is not going to be long lasting. So what we want is the second criterion, which basically says that, well, the complementary interaction collaboration together should create opportunities for the party. For the two parties, right? Usually we talk about the AI, about the opportunities for AI, opportunities for humans. But since we're talking about blue collar, white collar, then we concern more about people now. So what kind of opportunities are we going to be creating for the humans? Right, this can be in the form of new capabilities being created, and the risks that happened before that are now reduced, or problems that are difficult to answer before or impossible to answer before now become possible. Right. Later, I'm going to present a few examples to share with you the directions of human-AI symbiosis. So other opportunities include processes become more efficient and effective. Innovations are created, and many other different types of opportunities. Well, since Muna presented HR, so I'm going to talk about HR a little bit, right? So that you have a consistent message, right? So here we are talking about, hey, well, you have a job or a position available, and then well, you start collecting resumes, and today the people send resumes electronically, right? Send PDF or Word document to HR managers. Now, well, one of the manipulation tactics is the keyword stuffing. So what that actually means is that since HR managers are using electronic submissions, so what we could do, and there are so many submissions out there, and the HR manager does not necessarily have the time to read through every single resume submission to screen the resumes. So what most HR managers will do is to rely on the software program, HR software program, to do the initial screening for them. Now the question is this. Well, if the job is concerning about a programmer, so not every one of you, I know not every one of you is a programmer. So if you look at the right-hand side over there, the red box, I have repetitions of words. Those words may not make sense to you, but those are the computer programming languages. Java is a programming language, PHP is a programming language, C++ is a programming language. Then I repeat them so many times. Java multiple times, PHP multiple times, and C++ multiple times. And then what the repetition is going to cause some awareness. If HR manager sees those repetitions, well, he or she is going to think that, hey, you're trying to manipulate the system. But what the people do in keyword stuffing is to actually present those repetitions in the same color as the background color. So Java is, well, those words are not presented in red color. They are presented in white color, matching the white background. So it's a white on white. So therefore, if you print it out, you're not going to see it. Right? Well, this is a way to fool people, but this is also the same way to manipulate the system, because the computer system is going to see Java being repeated so many times. So in this case, maybe the system will pick up this resume very easily. So concept of stuffing is the idea that this is actually the trickier version of it, which basically means that, well, the job is actually looking for a good communicator. You don't repeat the word communication, because that's too risky. Right? That's keyword stuffing. That's too easy. People can detect that. Well, we repeat the concept by using the resume, by phrasing the resume this way. I'm a people person. I love working with people. I'm a collegial person. I work well in teams. I love talking to people. Those are 5 sentences. I have never used the word communication, right? But I'm repeating the same concept anyways. I'm a good communicator. So that's actually what we call the concept of repetition. Concept repetition is very hard in AI to detect. And we teach all this in our classes, basically. We teach students about the concept. We teach the students the methodology behind, and then how to do the detection. So this is going back to what I was sharing with the group, that concerning about only the tools, you're going to be limited by the tools, because currently that HR programs, most HR programs, they don't have the capabilities to detect concept repetition yet. All right, so this requires you to go back to machine learning and other branches of AI to combine them together to tackle this problem. So this creates new opportunities for you using AI and using multiple branches of AI. And then we have successfully delivered something like this at the bachelor, undergraduate level. If they can do it, if they can handle it, then graduate students and other students should be able to actually handle the concept well enough. All right. So since I only have 1 minute left, so I have a lot of stuff I want to present, but that's okay. That's okay. Let me share that with the group with the just one new idea very quickly. We talk about the many possible outcomes from human AI symbiosis. So one of the outcomes is actually new opportunity creation, right? So that's it. I know nothing about gardening. which I do actually. So anyways, but I say I know nothing about it. Well, I want to actually create new opportunities to enter this market. The market is this. Well, many of us have house plants at home. And then when you take a vacation, either you have to have someone to water your plants, or you have some sort of devices to water your plants, right? This is one of them. This is the IV bag, you see at hospitals, but for plants. So you stick the stick into the soil, and it drips the water bit by bit into the pot. So then my question is this. My question is that suppose that I know nothing about the gardening and anything, and then there is a problem I want to solve, right? And there are so many products addressing this problem, lack of water, right? And then I want to know that what are the problems of existing products? What are the pros and cons? What are the areas that I can actually tackle as a newcomer? Right. So traditionally, if you have a chance to think about it, if you want to enter this market without much knowledge about this market, it's going to take you weeks or months or even years to get to that point, to see the pros and cons, to address the problems. Now, something like this with ChatGPT, you're able to answer a lot of questions. So with this product, you have limited application. That's the left-hand side of it, right? The limited application, overwatering risk, algae growth. And then, if I see the con side of the story, I see those problems. So those are the problems I can address, and to improve the IV bags and create a new product. So we are talking about new product creation, new opportunity creation for you. And in this specific case, we're talking about lowering the entry barrier. Traditionally, entry barrier is very high because you need to spend a lot of time to analyze the product, pros and cons and all that. And now that the entry barrier becomes lower, that becomes your opportunity. So this is what AI can give you. Even more. So since my time is up, so I'm not going to spend too much time on talking about human AI symbiosis and research. And if you're interested, I can actually talk to you more about it after my presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce Professor Fatih Çetin. Fatih Çetin is a professor of management in the Department of Business Administration at Başkent University in Turkey. His research focuses on the field of organizational behavior and knowledge management studies. The main research topics are employee attitudes, emotions, and behaviors, cross-cultural and scale adoption studies, ICTs, social media, and cybersecurity perceptions at the workplace. He has authored over 110 publications, including journal articles, book chapters, and proceedings. His recent research have appeared in Journal of Computer Information System, International Journal of Intercultural Relations. The topic of the presentation is a bibliometric analysis of blue-collar studies in Web of Science, exploring symbiosis patterns. So welcome at the stage, Professor Fatih Çetin.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna, for inviting and for my resume. Hello, I want to ask a very simple question. What is blue color? Not complicated, very easy. And I want to try to answer the concept. Actually, scientific knowledge accumulated with the concepts, right? So sometimes concepts just symbolize something, but sometimes these symbolizes are different, what we should or what we want to symbolize, because the meaning is really interpretative from culture to culture and human to human, individual to individual. That's why I am trying to ask to and understand, and also maybe you can help to understand what is blue color. Why blue? So I just check out some literature about architecture and literature about postmodernism writings and literature about symbolism and etymology and semiotic, etc., to find out the very simple question, the answer of the question, right? So the sign, we are using the sign, and maybe we are living a symbolism era because the sign is very significant. There is no much the product's value. We are not interested in value. Most of the time we are interested in the sign. So according to Ferdinand de Saussure, the sign, it's two parts. One of them is the physical object and the other is the meaning, right? How we create the meaning, sometimes they are different. We create the meaning with the social interactions, right? With the social interaction, we are creating meaning. What sometimes the meanings really shows what is the real. Sometimes it masks the reality. Just look at the pictures. The first picture, reflection of reality. This is the reality of the physical workplace. But when you check out the second picture, it is masking the reality because there are people are laughing, but the environment in their environment is really different, right? And the third picture, you can see it looks positive, but it creates the illusion of success. Because blue color is the program of the employee of the month program. It's not just for the blue colors. So it is a kind of masking the truth, and nothing. There is no truth actually. And the last one is the simulacrum, the Super Mario. Maybe you know him, right? Blue color. But it is a kind of what? He is always escaping from the complexities of the difficulties of the maybe workplace. Maybe we can imitate, but we are not talking about simulacra. There is no reality and there is no relation, the sign and the association with the reality. So the symbolic interactions actually we are using for giving the meaning, how we create the science with the social interaction, and the language is very significant for establishing the meaning of the science. And the Herbert Mead also, ourselves also really constructed with the social interactionism, with the interpretations of others and or other perceptions. We also create ourselves with the science. So that's why the science and our self is very related with the social attributions or social interactions. We internalize all these others' behaviors or what we see from others for ourselves. So we internalize from environment. So they become our self-identities, and also the group boundary is also collected. For example, how we collect the groups. The collective identity, either sometimes shared values, beliefs, and some common attributes by the Durkheim perspective of the collective conscious, but sometimes we differentiate our class with others or with the Karl Marx. So the group identifies or group names actually very reflective in our identity, and we are really give very high level of emphasis on the groups and being a member of groups. That's why. So we are also describing ourselves with the collective identities, with the linguistics, right? Tasks, science, and what talk, right? So linguistic practices is very difficult, very significant for understanding the social relationships and the social issues. So let's look at some linguistic explanation of the blue color. hands-on physical abilities, non-office settings, specialized skills, sometimes unskilled, and usually earn or piecework basis, and dexterity and agility sometimes needed, heavy machinery, 3D, for example, the dirty, demanding, and dangerous environment. So these are the definitions which is attributed with the blue colors. Very first time, who first time used this blue color, the sign of the concept? Actually, the first time white color is emphasized in the Norfolk Weekly News Journal. This is the original text, which is taken from the newspaper. So white color comes from 1910, and Upton Sinclair in 1930s used this word, the white color, for the clerical, administrative, and managerial functions. Blue color, just you mentioned to contrast the white color. This is the first time. And the Iowa newspaper, in the first time in 1930, if we may call the professions and office positions with white color, we may call the traders blue colors job. This is the first sentences emphasize the blue color, and then New York Times emphasized the 1945, the blue colors later on. And also, there were some movies about which is very popularized, the Marlon Brando and James Dean, The Wild One, and the Rebel Without a Cause, and some protests in 1960s, the students' protests, especially in the United States, they popularized with the invention of the denim textile, right? And maybe most of you know the blue color just from these activities, but it is different. What is blue? Let's look at some physics. Color is just a visible electromagnetic, spectrum, which was proposed by Newton. And this is the visible part of the light. And physical aspects of the light we can sense with 3 dimensions, with color and intensity and the lightness. You can see there is visible part of the light is very narrow in the middle, and this length wave starts from the left shorter and the right very longer length waves we can see, like gamma and X-rays and ultraviolet. And then the longer ones, the infrared and microwaves and the radio waves. What is significant in here? The shorter length waves carry high energy. So the blue period starts from 380 nanometer to 460 nanometer. They are the highest energy in the spectrum. So when you look at the right, the distribution of our sensitivity of the color, the bluish and the reddish colors are really ignored. We have very lower level sensitivity of the bluish and the reddish colors. Our sensitivity is very higher level in the middle. Is it interesting? I will explain later the result. Let's look at the etymology of the blue. It comes from the French word bleu. I cannot pronounce it. Maybe exactly. Is there anyone to know the French pronounced blue? Bleu. And thank you so much. And it is about clear sky, blue clothing, the sky and sea in 13 and 15 and 16. Let's look at the 14th century, loyalty, fidelity, and constancy. Oh, very interesting. The color of constancy, the rhyme in true blue in 15th century, being supporter of particular person, group, or principle. And another figurative meaning is sad, sorrowful, addictive with low spirit. This is just about 14th century. So it's about what? Resentful hurt and feelings. And the dress servants also blue in 16. feeling blue and true blue. I just want to take your attention to there. Universal feeling of sadness and melancholy, and the stronger supporter of the particular person or group and principle. Let's look at true blue examples from left. New York Police Department is why it's blue. I don't know. If they are supporter of person or some group or principle, or the Margaret Thatcher she's coming from the Conservative Party and a portrait of blue. And in the right, the Michelangelo, the paintings, the entombment, maybe I'm sorry, mispronunciation. You can see the sky is not very much blue in the painting because he couldn't find the exact pigment in that period. This is because this pigment is very costly and expensive than gold in that period. And the Vermeer found this pigment. That's why the color is it is super marine blue. So they are following a principle. They are very strict to a principle about the blue, supermarine. What about the feeling blue? The paintings from Picasso, when one of his close friends passed away, just 5 years, he just painted blue. Just is it feeling true? You can see some pictures related and true blue, right? What about the color? Color is just neck armor and some necklace and then neck of garment also put around for a neck of a dog or animal for the identification, etc. And how we can associate the color and our sense and an identity. It comes from the architecture. Sight is the most significant organ in our body, because with the sight and with eyes we can control, we can influence the other senses, and it is directly with our thoughts and things, and that's also it is related with memory during the time. That's why the sight is the very significant, and the color is very strongly determine our memories and also our identity is based on our environment. That's why the sun, the color and the sense and identity is very related with in the architectural literature. We can find any about the eyes of the skin book, right? My purpose is to analyze some concepts. How can we symbolize, or how can we understand the blue? I use Web of Science core collection 1970s to 2024. These are the results. 300. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe just blue color. I just search for. These are some results. 3,000 more articles and different sources, others, and you can see some high cited articles in the right. Unemployment impairs mental health. Meta-analysis is the highest paper in the field. And some keywords. One of the highest keywords: health, risk, and work. And these are some percentages and the impact on the field. You can see some keywords and concepts related with blue color, and then the cumulative occurrences of the words, right? So this starts from the health is the highest, and the work and the also risk is coming. This is the co-occurrence of Q. How these concepts are relatedly or associated with research in the field. Health, mortality, risks. Looks very strange, huh? And this is some thematic map. You can see some colors, blue and green and red, and some concepts, which is research. And you can see what are the motor or basic issues which is develop, and also the center health risk. These are all. This is another, maybe the main concepts per year. What is the most research concepts? It starts from death and diseases and social class, industry, mortality, and now 2021, it's job satisfaction, gender, and work is much more emphasized in the studies. And this is the trend topics. I'm sorry because I'm very under pressure of time. So, what is the result? The ontological perspective is just a physical, human research to human physically, and not psychological values. Where is the beliefs? Where is the emotions? There is no word about that. And epistemology is much more positivism oriented, with theories, experiments, not much research about some interpretations or other perspectives. And health, mortality, right? So these are some topics coming from. And blue color symbolize what is the very meaning of blue actually. It's very surprising. Loyal, they are fidelity and consistency for the financial necessity is the maybe, this is just my guess. And sadness, sorrowness, or low spirits, because their risky environment, unsecure environment make them psychologically, And social identity really becomes their existing identity. And the trompe-l'œil is one of the approach in the painting art. You can, if you look at the left, all of a sudden you really amazing picture if it is real or not. It is trompe-l'œil is just of art, which is a kind of trick, deception. All of a sudden you're shocked, and then it's true or not. So Masque de Pecca is also the same approach, which is there is a fly over there. Can you see it in front of the man? This fly is just a symbol, just a symbolism of what's true. This fly is true or not. So it's just a very tricky game in the art, and sometimes they fool their teacher. It was real or not. So we can actually make a association with this trompe-l'œil and the blue color studies, scientific studies. Why? Because the blue is not trick the eye, unfortunately. They are really blue. And they symbolize really truth of their lives with their not their customs actually. And also the simulacra concept is physical and psychological well-being of the blues are really ignored. That's why all the research, or most of the research, or majority of research, we can say the illusion of attention to the blue colors. And using some scientific jargons and some statistics, but truly, they really ignored the blue colors. The sensitivity of the blue colors also minimum in the scientific papers. That's why maybe blue in the left corner and very ignored part of the cure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So before I will stop the session, I would like to give the microphone to Mona. She asked me.
Thank you, Prof. Jonah. Yeah, before ending this session, I think we had a lovely day and we had a wonderful, speeches from our guests, and thank you for Prof. Jonah for inviting us. And also I have a small gift for you, ma'am, from Modis. This is something I bought to her. Let me give her this. My own book that I have wrote. So I would like to hand Dr. Olena to come here because I just want to give her this as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw to a close on this keynote speaker session of our conference, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our esteemed keynote speakers. We are deeply grateful for the depth of knowledge and experience that you have shared with us today. Your contributions have undeniably enriched this gathering and have set high standards for the sessions that follow. Thank you once again to our speakers and to each of you for engaging so actively in today's session. Please enjoy the rest of the events we have planned, and let's continue to build the value connections and ideas that we have explored together today. Now we would like to make the group photo. So I would like to invite everybody here, and the break will be until 12:15. So please, everybody come here. Thank you.
You take a group photo now.
Join us. Drop.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. Was that neat?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's real.
są już włączone, tak? Już są.
Dedim hocam. Yapacağız mı? Tamam. Telefonu da İlhan Bey'e vereceğim. Belki hani fotoğraf falan çekecekler.
Razem będzie, tak? Czy ja od razu, czy jeszcze?
Nie od razu.
A ja mam. Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone, and thank you for being here at the second plenary session of our international conference. I'm Hanna Górska-Warsewicz from the Management Institute, and it's great pleasure and honor for me to moderate this session. So let's start. We have three presentations, so I propose 10 minutes per each presentation and questions and comments after all the presentations. I will watch the time to finish exactly at 1 p.m. Welcome our first speaker, Professor Özlem Otey from Ankara University and Professor Özge Koçman from Turkish Academy of Management. The title of presentation is The Situation of Women in the Turkish Petroleum Industry. Dear guest, the floor is yours.
Very good.
My voice is loud, but okay, if you would like. Hello, everyone, dear professors, dear guests. I'm really very excited and very happy to be here to make a presentation to such valuable guests like you. My professor Özlem Otey is Ankara University, and I'm from Turkish Petroleum Corporation. My name is Özge Koçman. I would like to have some special thanks to my dearest professor Özlem Otey, because she is the reason that is why I'm here. She helped me to finish my PhD degree, and now I'm here to make my presentation. And thanks to her, I'm at the very beginning of my academic career as well. I'm working as sales and marketing manager in Turkish Petroleum Corporation. And today we are going to talk about our study regarding the situation of women in Turkish petroleum industry. And our presentation plan is like that. Because we have really limited time, I will try to be quick. So we will have a little introduction to the petroleum industry, and then we will talk about female labor force employment in the Turkish petroleum industry, and then we will talk about a little bit about our research and findings, and then we will conclude our presentation. And then we will have your questions. As you know, energy is a very important requirement in our everyday lives. It's an indispensable requirement in all areas of social and economic activities. And also there is a very intense dependence on petroleum and natural gas in energy consumption. Oh, sorry. I think my voice is loud, so as I already said, petroleum and natural gas is the main component of the many industries all around the world. And petroleum has the largest share in world's energy consumption, over 31% of world's energy demand. So it takes a real attention to the subject, the petroleum industry. And petroleum industry is a very large and integrated industry consisting of national and multinational companies based on crude oil production and refining operations. So the question is, what is the female labor employment rate in such a very, very big industry? Unfortunately, according to Global Gender Gap Report, women are poorly represented in oil, gas, and mining industries, which is only 22%, and where they account for less than a quarter of the workforce. And when we come to Turkey, the figures is much more less, and there has been no major hopeful improvement of women in Turkish petroleum industry. When we look at the Turkish petroleum industry, we are producing only 7% of Turkish consumption, petroleum consumption, and Turkish Petroleum is the biggest national company producing crude oil. Especially their operations are in the east parts of Turkey. And when we look to the labor force employment in the Turkish petroleum industry, again, when we look to the Global Gender Gap Report by World Economic Forum, Turkey unfortunately dropped 5 places from 124 to 129th between 146 countries. And unfortunately, the ranking of Turkey is even worse in economic participation. It's 133rd between 146 countries. Unfortunately, the last 10% of the rankings. And we have chance to reach all the HR managers of Turkish petroleum industry and got their recent employment data. There is more than 11,000 people working in petroleum industry in Turkey, but unfortunately the women representation is only 12%. The numbers are slightly better for Turkish Petroleum Company, but this is because Turkish Petroleum Company is a government-based organization, and we try to improve women participation. Unfortunately, in private sector, the percentage drops. And also, when you look at the blue-collar workers, the percentage drops to even 10%. And additionally, we used case study method and we choose Turkish Petroleum Corporation because it's the biggest oil production company in Turkey. More than 80% of Turkish petroleum and natural gas production is achieved by Turkish Petroleum Corporation. So we thought it's gonna be a good idea to choose Turkish Petroleum as a case study. And when you look at Turkish Petroleum Company's women employment rates, the total is 16%. However, the blue collar rate drops just by 10%. And when you look at the eastern parts of Turkey, which Turkish Petroleum Corporation operates, the employment rate drops to nearly 9% of the workforce. And this is mainly because of the cultural differences of east and west parts of Turkey, unfortunately. And women are affected severely by gender discrimination in eastern parts of Turkey, which is also one of the findings of this study. So when we come to our research, as we already said before, we chosen Turkish Petroleum case study because it's as a government institution, it's the biggest oil production company covering 80% of the crude oil production in Turkey. And we held in-depth interviews with 9 women, middle and senior management level, 9 women of middle and senior management levels, and including 2 presidents, 3 vice presidents, and 4 managers. And all of the interviewees were working at Turkish Petroleum over more than 10 years, and 2 of them were working at Turkish Petroleum for more than 20 years. And all of the interviewees have a university degree or higher, so they were all white collars. And what we have found, most of the women are really happy to be in the industry. We are really happy to work for Turkish Petroleum, but we would like to see more women managers and leaders. And unfortunately, men has more opportunities, more advantages in work life. And although half of the interviews has the opinion of that being a female manager is not a disadvantage, we believe that we have to work harder than male managers in order to be accepted, which is also my case. I'm already experiencing it as a manager, as a middle-level manager. And almost all the interviewers stated that they have a helper at home, so they can easily carry out their household chores, and therefore they do not experience a role conflict, which is also interesting because they have a helper, because women feel like to have help at home, that's why they do not experience role conflict. But male do not. Oh, I have 3 minutes left. Okay, I will be quick. So, what I would like to mention here is that one more thing. Unfortunately, male colleagues are occupying most of the leadership and upper management roles. For example, there have been no female directors on the board of directors of Turkish Petroleum since its establishment, which is 1954. So over 69 years, we have no vice president, we have no directors on the board of directors, and even zero CEO by the establishment. And all of the interviewers believe there should be much to do to draw women's attention to the industry, and there is a lot to be done to increase women participation in the petroleum industry. And I would like you to hear their own sentences, but we do not have time. But I would like to say one of them. One of the employees, one of the managers I have talked with was a vice president, and she was in production department, and she was already working on the fields in the eastern part of Turkey. And what she said was, male employees in the fields treat women very politely. But one of the reasons why women do not prefer the fields is the lack of places for women to stay in the fields and the limited opportunities provided. So there is no bed for us in the fields. And I'm going to conclude because I have 1 minute left. Unfortunately, women are underrepresented in Turkish petroleum, like every industry all over the world. And the representation is much more less, especially in the eastern part of Turkey. And women are affected by gender discrimination more severely there. And women representation is much lower in senior management, unfortunately, and especially in eastern regions, there is none, zero. And what we should do to increase women participation in petroleum industry, actually we should reduce the conservative perspective on traditional gender roles, and we should increase the accessibility of higher level education, and we should ensure the companies to have an objective perspective and cooperative policy in order to solve the problems that we face. And we should establish more effective women platforms to solve the current and specific barriers faced by women workers in the petroleum industry. And thank you for listening. And I believe there is still much to be done to increase the participation of women in every industry, but especially in petroleum industry. I'm one of them. I'm really facing a lot of difficulties. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and welcome Professor Anna Loza from University of Economics in Katowice from a Polish-Italian team. And the presentation will be related to gender diversity at work in the context of Sustainable Development Goals, and will be the evidence from Poland. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I represent today the University of Economics in Katowice. As you see, this is our dark blue color of our university. Can you notice this? I also represent today my research team I had a great pleasure to work on this subject with Professor Monika Wieczorek-Kosmala, also from our university, and our Italian part of research team from University in Bari. Today, I'm alone on the floor. I wish they were be here, but it was impossible. So, quickly about our motivation. What was behind? What was our motivation behind this this study? First of all, we observed a growing awareness and understanding of the importance of the diversity, gender diversity, and this kind of issue in business, in organizations, as well in the academic world. So also the literature review provided us rich evidence of various range of organizational benefits, but still also in literature research, we observe that women are perceived as less competent in the workplace. So this was our motivation. In this regard, we address the foundation of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which postulates, among others, gender diversity also through equal participation women's at work. The topic is timely also, as in November 2022, the European Parliament adopted the new directive, Women on Board Directive, so-called Women on Board Directive. And it's worth to mention, because it's, of course, impossible in this regard, that implementation of the mandatory reporting regime in Poland also have influence on these issues in our reports. Because I need another 8 minutes for describing our research and our results. I think that you don't mind if I skip the slides about literature research. I'm warmly invited to read our paper for specifics. And I go through the purpose of the project. So the main aim of this study was to explore whether the company's diversity policies have significantly changed over the time, and if the concrete material activities has been done by companies in this area. We expected in the study that after implementation of non-financial directive regime in Poland, the company's gender diversity policies have significantly improved after 2017. So also the indices that characterize the gender diversity at work has increased as well. Our methodology in a nutshell. 2 hypotheses. The hypotheses were as follows. First, companies' diversity policies has significantly changed, improved after the implementation of non-financial reporting regime in Poland. And the second one, the gender diversity at work was associated with companies' gender-related policies. A quick word about our data, because it was very relevant for us. We gathered unique data obtained from Icon Refinitiv database. Icon Refinitiv database is one of the most reliable sources of data considering ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues. So the database provides us the diversity index for 28 Polish companies listed on Warsaw Stock Exchange in the time span 2013-2019. These companies are also listed with the ESG score and the social pillar score. Social pillar score is one of the components of ESG score overall. We decided to divide our research into 3 stages. The first and the second. The first and the second was connected with the data from Refinitiv Icon database, and the third stage was case studies, 5 case studies, and in-depth qualitative analysis of text of companies, Polish companies' reports, the non-financial reports. We choose 5 leaders of non-financial reports in Polish market. So the results, as you see on the figure one, the changes are visible, especially after 2017. The number of firms, the number of companies have increased after 2017. There are a number of companies which were rated with ESG score and the social pillar score. 2017 is an important year because it was a year when the new directive, non-financial directive, was implemented in Polish market. So we see the changes, we can observe the changes, and also we see that the value of score, of ESG score and social pillar score on the left side are also increased. There are data also gathered from Icon Refinitiv, and we can observe, because we compare the years, we can observe that there are a huge number of firms after 2017 which had published diversity and equal opportunity policy and also board diversity policy. We see the changes that the number of these companies are higher after 2017 and increased. But still, we can observe that the number of companies which set targets for diversity and equal opportunities and the number of companies which are signatory of SDG 5 are still marginal. There are no differences, even after implementation of non-financial reporting regime. We also wanted to observe the real activities, the real numbers of women, the percentage of women in this company, 28 companies. And as you see on the figure 2, the percentage of women on board has increased, significantly increased after 2017, after the implementation of this reporting regime. But still, the percentage of women on executive level was the same, but maybe we can even say that is lower. So, I skipped because I described this already. And the results of the third stage. When we read the 5 leaders reporting, non-financial reporting regards the gender diversity issue and gender and board diversity issue, we noticed that their published diversity documents, they inform about it in the reports, but there are no information in the report about some activities, real activities which can support women in their development in the workplace, especially when we are talking of joining, for example, to board or to management levels. Sometimes companies informed that they have a diversity policy document, but then explained that this document, it's not about diversity, gender diversity, not about women on board. They are only considering the age gap or equal opportunities for people with disabilities. So this is the issue. In general, the topic of gender equality in the workplace, and particularly on the management level, does not appear either in the company's objective targets or in the description of the activities in the non-financial reports. So of course, none of the reports mention the role of the woman on boards. So as we observe that the increase of the number of policy, diversity policy, has increased significantly, as well as the indicators characterizing gender diversity at work. We see that it was strong visible between 2016. So this is the period before. Yeah, I see. I see the card finish. Yeah. Thank you. So I quickly. So we see that this implementation of non-financial regime directive in Poland has really affect our diversity policy in Polish firms. Okay, and so I wanted to say that hypothesis 1 has been confirmed. Hypothesis 2 has been only partially confirmed because of this issue of SDG 5 signature, SDG 5 and targets. Okay, I have to say one last sentence because maybe it will be the most important on the finish and the finish. We assume that it is the diversity decoupling in activities on our Polish companies because they report that they had diversity policy, but in reality they didn't do anything. They didn't report any actual activities. So maybe this will be our future. This will be the topic for our future studies. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you very much for interesting and important presentation. And let's go to our last speech, last but not least. Welcome our guest, Professor Urszula Widelska, University of Łomża, and our Polish team. And the title of presentation is Human-Robot Interaction, Ethical and Communicative Determinants of Trust. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Urszula Widelska. And my presentation, I suppose it will be different because we know our research process is always divided into 3 parts. The first one, it's the beginning, the introduction. The second one is maturity, development. And the last one is the analyzing of our researches and, of course, conclusions. We are as a team, because I'm not only one author of this presentation. I had a very nice occasion to cooperate with Professor Joanna Moczydłowska and with Agnieszka Turk-Krzyszczuk. And we were concentrated on a very important problem. Of course, it's our opinion, and I hope you will share it with me. You will have the same opinion. And the title of this is the Human-Robot Interaction, Ethical and Communicative Determinants of Trust. And firstly, I would like to present the main points of my presentation. So I would like to describe the problem in a general way. Secondly, I would like you to be concentrated on the research background and a reason for taking up the topic. Something about the main title, why it is important subject of researchers, and of course some words about the aims and methods, about the communication and the ethics, and of course I would like to present the general conclusions. What is general problem? Firstly, I would like to describe it in a general way, not as a scientist problem. What is the main challenge? Because previously for us, a robot was the kind of sci-fi movie hero, yes? It was something which was quite difficult to imagine. It was the future, but nowadays we have the future next to us. The robot is not only the kind of technician success, it is the member of workers' community in the company. Yes, we have to cooperate with them, and we have to serve them, and sometimes we have to treat them as a member of our community. I know it seems to be crazy, but it is the truth. Our community in the place of our work, it is not only the human community, but it is the community with totally different members. And what is the main problem? The main problem is the robot is equal human or not. And it is the challenge. And we were decided to concentrate on it. So what are the main questions and what are the questions and what kind of answers we have to know? So first challenge and first fact, different enterprises. The model of enterprises being is completely different than 5 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. And new model requires totally different innovative solutions. So the robots are one of them. Different human resources. Robot started to be a member of our community. It is not only about the production departments. Different intellectual capital. What does it mean? We know nowadays we have a lot of enterprises without any workers or the board. Yes, only robots. Different intra-organizational relations. It means new challenges and different kind of trust. Why? Because every organization, the principles of every organization's being is trust. And the next questions: can we build the trust between the people and machines and robots? So the robot ceases to be something extraordinary at first. It is not only a machine, and it is not the kind of something completely different. So, what is the human-robot interaction? When we would like to explain it in a very short way, it is the kind of building the relationships between the machine and human. And I know it seems to be, how to name it? It seems to be very different, and we don't feel it now. But generally, we touch the innovations all the time. For example, GPT, yes, 2 years ago, it was something different, but now it is quite ordinary tool element of our work, yes. So human-robot interaction, it is the kind of trend in knowledge. It means a multidisciplinary field of that explores the interactions between human and robots. And of course, trust is the base, the principle of it. So our article is concentrated on the trust, but we pay attention on 2 dimensions. First one is the communication with the robot, communication with the machine. And second one is ethics, because we know the ethics, of course, communication as well, but ethics is the main challenge, how to communicate with the robots and how involve them into the process of work, into the teams, yes, because they started to be the teams of our members of our teams. And of course, as I had the occasion to tell to you, and I would like to underline it, it is the beginning of our of the work of our research team, but the beginning very interesting. We were so involved into the process of recognizing the problem of relationships between the robots and people, and of course the main aims of our article is to systematize knowledge about human-robot interactions in the work environment, and we made effort to collect the researches and the results, the researches which were conducted in the knowledge, in the science, especially in the management, the science of management, and of course, because of the aim, the method of narrative review of recent literature were used. And there are a lot of examples, and there are a lot of experiments which show for us it is really big and quite current problem, and it is quite a big chance for the scientists to control it. So we know we have sometimes parallel development of practice, business, and science, and now it's the occasion to have the same tempo being in the same time. So something about the communication. In the article, there are a lot of different examples and the results of the research. Okay, so the introduction was so long, but when we are talking about the communication, it is not only the skills of serving the machine. We have to talk with it. Yes, it has the face. It has eyes. So we have to be very careful, and I present on the screen some scientist results. The first one, in the case of robots, work on attempts to generate emotions expressed by changing facial expressions is very advanced. For example, psychologists are involved in the process of the communication because people, workers, should be very well prepared for this kind of challenge. And something I'm caring about the time. So the main areas of interest of roboethics. And on the screen, there are indicated some of them. For example, ethical system built into robots, ethical systems used by robots, or ethical systems used by engineers when construct the robots, ethical system used by the robot users, servers, ethical systems used by robot manufacturers. For example, the ways in which people treat robots. It is also the problem. And pay attention, please, because scientists form the kind of ethical words, ethical laws, and they are the kind of receipt, I don't know how to name it, how to cooperate with the robots. And for example, the first one, a robot may not injure a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. Secondly, a robot must obey orders given by the human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And the third one, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. And also the law 0 was prepared. According to it, it was made by Asimov, and according to him, Asimov expanded the list of principles and added a new, even more fundamental law, which is called zero law. It is to be superior to the other three. So ethic is also the challenge. And general conclusions. So the first general conclusion is following. Science has the kind of duty to take care about this kind of problem, and of course there are a lot of questions how to organize the relationships between the robots and between the people. And I mean the social kind of the relationships, but also in the business at the companies. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this crucial topic. I see that we have no time, so I suggest to move our discussion to the break. So thank you, our distinguished speakers. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Okay, dear guests, now we have a lunch break. So we will start session number 2 at 2 o'clock. So please enjoy your meal. You can explore our beautiful campus. On the opposite side, you have the oldest part of our campus. You can go to the Rector's Palace, take some photos. So please be here at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Tutaj jest podłączenie do internetu? Wszystko. Łączyć tego z kwadracikiem z kropką. A ja nie zrobiłam tego? Tak, nie zrobiła Pani. Wszystko jest pięknie, ale przestrzegam na zapas. Dobrze. Gdzie ja wejdę tutaj normalnie? Tak. I na pulpit spokojnie. I to jest sesja, która? Trzecia, tak? Teraz pan wstępuje? Tak. Ja będę w twojej. Ale nie, ja już tą prezentację mam. Dobra. Internet jest, także... Dobrze, jestem pan...
Piotruś, najważniejsza rzecz to może być samoobsługa, aby tylko nikt nam tego nie...
Desktop capture.
Tak.
Dobra. A bo stąd jest...
Jak mogą bez jakiegoś maila może?
Maila, to pan skorzysta z swojego maila. Zalogujemy się. Bezpiecznie, bezpiecznie. Nie, ja z domu taksówką, ja muszę się... No,
Dobra, teraz tak, jakiego maila mogę wysłać?
no właśnie pan poczeka. Może
Dobra,
się
dobra.
okaże, że może pan...
Na Gmaila jakiegoś,
Tak,
tak?
proszę, pan proszę na swojego.
Tak, tak, dobrze, to muszę tylko to zrobić.
No dobra.
Proszę. Zaraz. No chyba, że pan się po prostu...
Ja już na swoje się
Okej, a na jaki adres wysłać?
Piotr, no, co pan ma?
Piotr Grzegorz Pietrzyk. Piotr Grzegorz
Pietrzak.
Pietrzak. Pan bardzo ładny adres, jest myślimy jakieś takie dziwadło.
Znaczy powiem panu tak. Moje nazwisko jest na tyle popularne, że nawet na uczelni miałem swojego imiennika.
Naprawdę?
No, więc tak jak każdy pracownik ma imię, podkreślnik, nazwisko, to po moim nazwisku musiała być jeszcze cyfra.
Dwójką. Czytamy to któreś. Szło?
Możesz się schować, bo jeszcze jeden cię zapowiedział.
A, zatem, dobra.
Okej, wyszło.
A, to już. Tak?
Tak, 4, tak, bo w 10 minutach mamy się zmieścić.
Tak.
To się zmieścimy z 4, bo to widzę wszystko.
Ctrl+C i zakładamy jako pierwszy. Tak, wiem, żeby to...
A, okej, dobra, dobrze. No, super.
Dobra, i mamy to.
Fajnie zmienił się kolor, bo taki coś... A, dobra,
Dobra.
Nie ma znaczenia. Super, fajnie, dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo.
Nie ma za co.
Bez przesady. To świetnika? Okej. Oczywiście, że tak, tak, bo oni na wszystkie, wiesz, ta dziewczyna coś robi, jak się częstuje. tu siedzi moderator. A, z czego siedzi moderator? Tak. Dobra, ja teraz ten program zdaję bardziej. Oczywiście wydrukowałam, mówię, dobra. Mieliśmy spotkanie z Daniel Rynk. Projekt w ogóle Supreme Consortium. Nie. Wiesz, nic nawet się Sylwia nie zająknęła. Tutaj jeszcze brakuje długopisu jednego. Długopisu? A, oczywiście, bo wiesz, ludzie zabierają, ja już swoje długopisy z torby wydaję. Czekaj, poczekaj, bo w torbie jest, jak coś tam zostawiłam. Nie, że ale proszę, lepiej zostawić to. Ja dwa, ale jedno już dałam. Czy pedałek? Dobra. Jeden to jeszcze w kasie będzie. Out. Tak nie przechodzili przed, bo wiesz, to trzeba przejść przez cały ten. Też rzeczywiście nie można zobaczyć sobie.
jestem na 100%, tak. No myślę, tak, tak. Bo gdybyśmy nie było uprzejmi,
şey olduğunda. Yok, blue color çıktığında. Biraz bekleteceğim seni sadece, yani hepsi o. Tamam ya, kahve ısmarlarız ya, benden olsun.
Bu kadar da davacılıkta hiç duymadım yani.
Yani.
İşini biliyorsun. Gerçekten. Çıksın.
Çok iyiyim ya.
Ne çıkıyor başka? Bana bak, bana sen. Oraya bak. Çok iyi. Oraya bakarsan arkadan dönüp çıkacaksın. Ha? Olmadı. Daha güzel gül. Dur. Geri.
Çok yedim ya.
İçine çek, evet. Yok bir şey de şimdi yemek yiyince çıkmıştır.
Evet. Instagram pozlarımız gelsin.
Evet. Sunum yapıyoruz. Çıkıyoruz. Dur daha şeyler diyorsun. Attraction'lar diyor. Bunlar da güzel ama ben blue color istediğim için bekliyorum. Daha hala parklar, bahçeler, üniversite filan filan.
Oy.
Ha gayret. Bu ne ya? Artık kahveden bitti kahve oldu. Dur. Gitti. Bir bak bakayım.
Blue color'lar, blue color'lar mı? Çıktı.
Çektim.
O da mı çıktı?
Sen bir bak.
Bunu da istiyorum ben ya.
Çektim.
Bunu da çektim.
Bir bak.
Vay. Vay.
Beceriksiz yaptın hiç öyle kahve. Bir bak bakayım olmuş mu? Daha ne diyorsun?
Anlamadım. Kafanı çevirdiğiniz için ya. Kontrol etmem lazım.
Belki böyle artistik çekeceğim ondan diyorum yani. Dön sağa dön sola dön. Fotoğraf çekmeyi hiç beceremem.
Aslında.
Şey, ikide hocam.
İkide mi?
Sen konuş da
close this one, Foamix disk capture. Okay?
All right. I will put the PowerPoint presentation onto the desktop.
Yes.
Okay.
Or maybe here into the Congress order.
Okay. So where's the hard disk?
Yeah.
This is my USB.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe firstly on the desktop and later on the folder.
All right.
Forms. Tam będzie drugi. Bo się wgrał tam z Turcji przed chwilą, który będzie drugi.
Znowu?
Odelia, wymieniłaś koleżki. Chyba chcę wszystko.
Aj. To jest to. Jakie bezpieczne wyciągnięcie.
Burası güneş değil mi? Çok sıcaktı. Burası iyi.
działać coś takiego, że są 17, jesteśmy top 200, top 200 i że dwie inne uczelnie.
A, no to mam. Ale no to mogę to wtedy
Okej, okej, okej, okej.
ale
Dobra, ale w Polsce trzecie miejsce, tak? Ale lepsze wyniki niż poprzednie. Yep.
I have presentation now, so I forgot about.
Once again? Have you? Really?
Don't you know?
Wait a second.
Because the others are not.
Someone closed my presentation and I have lost everything. So okay.
Katowice też nie był prywatowy, tylko taki wybierany.
I need to take a schedule.
This is the first one.
The
Second.
So I need.
To możliwe, byście zobaczyli w tym wieczorem.
To sobie mówię,
A, jeszcze je w ogóle, czy nie wiesz, ale nie chcę, bo może być...
Yeah.
Piotrek, czy już zwoływać osobę, czy jeszcze dacie mi chwilę?
Pana sobą zrywał, ale.
Yağmur takmıştı. Böyle hatırlasın çocuklar. Çok güzel tanıdım. Sesim eski kim oldu? Benim şey var Erasmus. Üzerinden gelen bizim dernekte Yunan falan var. Ben söylemeyecekler. Çağrı Sabahları yere ders vermeye gidiyorum imzalası diye. İşte o okula. Ders vereceğim devamında sürekli.
Allah Allah.
Evet. Adamlar farklı gitmiş. İşte telefon açıyorlar da bir şey yapıyorlar. Yani o da kayıt. Polonya adamı kötü şeyler yapıyor böyle. Biraz da kaybediyor falan. Yani bu
Because we lost your presentation, could you do that once again?
Am I in trouble? I'm sorry. Is this it randomly? Okay. Is there more?
Can take a seat where you are.
Yes. Okay, no problem. For me, it's no problem. Really. A kto jest wyższym hostem?
Więc myślę, że wszyscy z nas uczyli dużo wiedzą języków, to pytania to sami korzystają.
Nie, bez pytań, nie ma czasu. A co nasi referenci zadają? Okej. To zapraszamy za stół prezydialny. Tak. Mamy razem. Tak. Widzimy się wszyscy? A razem też mam pomóc. Tak, miałeś, tak? Proszę, tak.
Zawsze to łatwiej, bo jak któryś nie działa, to można się zamienić. Dokładnie.
No dobrze.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yours? Yeah, of course. You need to pay for that. Ramps.
Mogą panie przejść z tej strony i od drugiej usiąść, proszę. No to zaraz. Tak. Może pan tutaj usiąść sobie. Tak.
Ja mam takie niewdzięczne pytanie. Czy Państwo oboje będą prezentować? Tak. Dobrze, to ewentualnie przesunęli Państwa, bo tutaj okazał się, że jeszcze jeden prelegat. Mamy taką bardzo bogatą sesję, także z chęcią byśmy jeszcze tutaj kogoś... Okej, dziękuję.
Just set to them 11 o'clock tomorrow for the lecture.
No, 8.
8 o'clock.
8:30.
8:30. Okay. They should be in front of your office.
Yes, we start at 8:30.
Good afternoon. I'm Tomasz Rokicki. I'm from Warsaw. Okay. I'm from Warsaw University of Life Science. I'm honored to be chair of this session. We have 5 presentations. one presentation is from first session. I invite Professor Marta Mendel. Okay, the title. I don't have title, but yes, it's SGGW and engagement in the Green European University. 10 minutes.
I'll keep it short. Thank you very much. And thank you for allocating me additional spot for this afternoon session. I believe you had nice lunch and now you can enjoy a short presentation on our university. It's not directly related to the topic of this conference. However, as you gathered and come from so many different parts of the world, I think it's nice to introduce a new idea that was brought to our European committee and community, actually, I should say, some years ago. This is called the Initiative of European Universities. It was born, or the creator of this idea is the French president, Macron, who visited the Sorbonne University in Paris in November 2017. And during his speech, he introduced the new idea of moving Europe forward. He said, we need to build strong European academic community, and we are not able to do it as single institutions. So he said, we need to collaborate. We need to create alliances and work together. From that time on, there were several calls provided by European Commission, in total 4, and at the moment there are over 50 alliances. One of them is the one that Warsaw University of Life Sciences is a member of. In total, it's hoped that 60 of such alliances will exist and follow European guidelines how to function. That means it is expected that they will, for example, become European legal entity, which can have only one face, a face of European University, and not 7, 9, or 11 different faces of member universities. So that was quite a long time ago. This year in April, he had, let's call it an updated speech, when he said that we need to enforce this idea and bring it forward. So let me tell you a little bit about what we do as Warsaw University of Life Sciences in this initiative. We became a member of the Green European University that corresponds pretty much to what we are and what our profile is. In short, we call it UniGreen. And if you ever receive emails from our colleagues from the university, you can actually realize that when we put our signature, it's always indicated that we represent not only SGGW, but also UniGreen. The alliance gathered 8 partners, ranging from south to the north, from east to the west. That's actually also one of the ideas, to have very broad representation, to give students and researchers the opportunity to become very mobile across Europe, but also to engage researchers in different areas, to give them a broader perspective. What I believe you can imagine is extremely important for universities like we are, where we think about topics like climate change, agriculture, new approaches, and so on. And this changing geographical region is very, very important. So there are several goals that we set when starting this initiative. First of all, we like to support each other in green transition. We like to boost innovation, so it means we bring researchers together and also external stakeholders to give them more chances. We also like to get people connected, to get them together, so it's very much about mobility, blended virtual, but also physical mobilities. That's the case for students, for PhD candidates, but also for researchers, academic teachers, and very importantly also administrative staff, as they are very important part of our communities. So this is connected obviously with goal number 4, which is acting for all. And with all, the European universities should not narrow their thinking only to Europe, but if powerful solutions are undertaken, then we also should extend it maybe to the global south, for example. And that's what we believe in UniGreen might be our advantage, as problems with hunger and bringing solutions for some sustainable development goals could be very well implemented towards those countries. So there are, of course, some main points of interest, and I think the name UniGreen is actually embracing it very well. We are very much focused on sustainable agriculture, green biotechnology, environmental and life sciences. And to make it all possible, as it is a project-based initiative, we are collaborating within 9 different work packages. I'm not going into technicalities, but as you can see, they are always coordinated by one university and co-coordinated by other one to show that everybody matters and every university participates in tasks correlated to all of those work packages. So that brings also a chance to get people on board and to feel everybody included in this initiative. As Warsaw University of Life Sciences, we are coordinating work package 3, which is research, development and innovation. And we are also responsible for co-coordination of knowledge transfer, society and ecology. And this is actually where green transition is located, but also digitalization and virtual campus. So also very, very important attributes of our modern universities. This is more or less how we try to operate globally, I mean, within the whole alliance. There is a governance structure and, of course, executive and operational part, starting from the very top, like the rector's body or presidents, dependent on university, but within the work packages, it's really about bottom-up approach to get everybody involved. And we at the university, we copy the structure to do exactly the same in our placement as we do with the whole alliance. What we strongly believe and try to emphasize on a daily basis is the number of benefits for every group of internal stakeholders within the university. So we see opportunities for PhD students, of course, co-supervision of PhD thesis, experience exchange, the access to infrastructure, research infrastructure in partner universities, joint programs for students, double or multiple degrees, for the university as institution, of course, going through the process of transformation and by tri or multilateral exchange, teaching, research staff, but also, as I emphasized, administrative staff should not be forgotten here. We are more or less in the 18th month of this initiative, being, I hope, quite happy, and I hope people from our university can confirm it. So this is in very, very brief who we are and what we do. We always look for associate partners. So the Alliance is open to cooperate with further institutions in different fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for speech. Okay, we can go to the next presentation. Next presentation is given by Rafał Kasprzak and Marta Żółkowska from Warsaw School of Economics, Poland.
Hello, nice to meet you. Good afternoon. Let me invite you to a trip which we are running together with Marta. We are doing some researches regarding the creativity and impact of the hybrid work on the creative process. So this is the basic findings from the midterm of our research. And let me invite you to share our information. So first of all, why creativity? Creativity is becoming a very important issue nowadays. Even in such a bureaucratic regime like European Union, we perceive that creativity is something very important. Without creativity, we are not able to generate innovation. This is very critical, very basic assumption. So Analyzing creativity. Creativity, by the way, this is a very tiny issue, which can grow rapidly, provided that we deliver accurate and supporting environment. And there are a lot of interesting researchers which are trying to understand what parts of the environment should be designed and how those parts of the environment should be designed to support or to boost creative process or creativity. However, a few years ago, something incredible happened. We faced a COVID pandemic state, and almost all processes moved to the hybrid mode. Suddenly, all of us, majority of organizations, face a very challenging situation that we have to move to virtual reality or virtual processes, and still we have to run what we are already doing. A lot of companies try to deal with move processes to the virtual service, to the virtual reality or to the hybrid workspace, and some of them succeed. And this is the second reason. This is why we decided to focus on this research. First, as I told you, that creativity is very important. Second, there's changes in work well in the changes in work processes, and this is the general beginning assumption of our researchers. We are assuming that we are able to identify certain parts of the environment who are supporting creative process as well as creativity. However, the key issue in our research is very simple. Is it possible to move those parts of the environment to the virtual world? Is it possible to substitute them using contemporary technology? We deeply believe that this is possible. And this is the core hypothesis beyond our researches. Where we are now, we started our researches as in traditional mode. We started from literature review. Last year, we did individual in-depth interviews with a lot of managers. And this year we are planning to run quantitative researches. In the paper we submitted to this Congress, we are presenting findings from qualitative researches, findings from individual in-depth interviews, which are focusing following dimensions. But let me invite Marta, who will represent key findings for you. Thank you very much. Marta.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. So we did deep interviews with managers, and we wanted to find what they are struggling in their enterprises about the creativity process, how to stimulate the creativity, and how they can actually stimulate the creativity in the hybrid world, because now they most of the companies, they implement this hybrid mode. So some of the employees, they're working on site, some of them they're working online. So first of all, we found that features of the creative space, it's important, and also this creative space online is also important. So physical one, and for example, for many employees, the colors, the green, the plants, they're very important, and also the place to spend time not only during work but also during their like coffee breaks and lunch break. It stimulates the creative process. Also, the effectiveness of the creative space, it's very difficult to measure. So some companies, they implemented like they are comparing the effect and the effectiveness and efficiency of the creativity process held on site and online. And also, we found out that use of technology, of course, is very important when we think about online mode, but when we think about on-site mode stimulating the creativity, it's sometimes better not to incorporate the technology. So leave people with themselves and with a nice environment, not with the technology. This boosts the creative process. As Professor said before, we are now planning to do the huge like survey to the companies and find out on like Polish companies how they deal with this creativity process and this hybrid hybrid mode. So this will be our this year project. Yes. So I think that's it. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for interesting presentation, but you have 5 minutes to to finish.
We can
finish. So we can talk endlessly about our researches, but to economize your time, what is really important, we are still thinking that certain dimension can be easily substituted by technology. And some of them are difficult, not difficult, but some of them are challenging to be substituted. But this is the key aim of our researches, and nowadays we are preparing ourselves to the second stage of our research, which will be quantitative one. We are thinking how to design questionnaires and on which aspect focus most, and probably will be focusing on perception of managers' perception. Is it eventually possible, and if it is possible, to replace certain features of the traditional pro-creative environment using contemporary technology?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we can go to the third presentation. Please, yes, the second, but we have one from first session. Yes, this is the second in this program. It's the paradox of disliked actors understanding positive outcomes from negative ties in networks. Please, yes, we have researchers from from Turkey.
Just call me Jack.
Yes,
no
Cenk Sazen, yes. Yes, Fat.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, dear distinguished guests, so I'm going to address a couple of issues concerning social networks and organizational networks. So we conducted a research on two different academic units of a university, a vocational school and a business school. So I'm dealing with social network analysis. So as well as you know, in parallel with the conference team, vocational schools are generally responsible from graduation of technical individuals, the gray collar workers to the field. So we made a comparison between business school and a vocational school to understand the interactions inside the business school. So as well as you know, most of the motivation theory is based on positive issues. So if you, increase status of an individual or fulfill his or her needs, you can increase level of motivation. So according to a group of researchers, network researchers, they question this argument. They ask that maybe negative interactions, negative relations such as hate, hostility, dislike may trigger individuals to accomplish extraordinary things. So in this context, we determined positive relations and negative relations inside the business school and vocational school and made comparisons by using performance scores of the academics working in these two different units. So I have limited amount of time. For that reason, I will directly enter to the research questions and methodology and some findings. There's a huge literature concerning social network theory. social network analysis. I'll be happy to share my thoughts during the break. So my research questions in here are: what positions do high-performing actors occupy within both positive and negative networks? So in a vocational school, it's not normal to expect to have many Q1 articles because the main expectation for an instructor in a vocational school is to address some technical issues to the students. But in the case of business school, it's quite normal to expect from the academics to have high publication performances. So we compared these two academic institutions to understand whether there's a relationship between the networking position and performance of the actors in both of the schools. So these are the research questions. Do dyadic negative relationships exist between actors with high-level performance? Do third-party actors fill the structural holes between these high-performance actors in positive networks? So let's take a look to the methodology. So there were 41 employees in vocational school and 42 employees in business school. This is a social network analysis, so we are not dealing with classical relational statistical analysis. This is a graph theory analysis. It's quite different from the standard analysis. So we asked 3 questions. To determine friendship ties, we asked to each individual, do you consider this person to be a close friend? We gave a list and they signed the names. They think they have a close relationship. And after then, we tried to determine the advice ties. So we asked to the individuals, do you seek out this person for work-related advice and knowledge? And lastly, to determine the negative ties, among individuals, we ask sometimes people at work make us feel uncomfortable or uneasy, and therefore we try to avoid interacting with them. Do you avoid interacting with this person, yes or no? So we use these data to form matrices. So we form 3 matrices, different matrices, and we conducted multiple centrality measures, such as betweenness, degree centrality, closeness, eigenvector centrality. But in negative network, we only use degree centrality measures. So this is the simplified diagram of the vocational school. So we observed that in the vocational school, people having high academic performances located at the center of the negative network in terms of in degree centrality. So this means in the vocational school, the other academics don't expect their colleagues to become very successful in the academic field. For that reason, they develop a kind of jealousy towards these people, probably. And we search their position, the individuals located at the center of the negative network, having high performance scores. In the positive network, they don't have any central position. For that reason, it's quite evident that these individuals attract jealousy, dislike, things like that because of their high performance level. They don't want to be in the vocational school. They want to improve themselves to another place, giving 4-year long education. So when we take a look to business school, it was so interesting. The people who achieve high levels of academic performance also attract very negative ties, very much negative ties. They located at the center of the network in terms of negative relations, but they have also have good positions in the positive networks. They are located at the center of the advice ties and also friendship ties. They have brokerage positions. They have high between centrality scores in the positive networks, but they also have central location in the negative network. This means their high performance level don't create any kind of impact in terms of positive relations by that, but they have considerable level of negative relations. This means people may develop jealousy or hate, dislike, but they also prefer to talk with these individuals. They didn't prefer to exclude from the social system, just like in the vocational school. So we also observed brokers between the individuals having negative relations. According to the literature, they mentioned that if two nodes in the network don't have an idea about each other, a broker may increase level of negative relations between these two nodes. So we determined that there are many brokers between the individuals having negative relations. Brokers in the positive network, I mean. So lastly, according to discussion and conclusion, the study's findings introduce a nuanced understanding suggesting that disliked actors might strategically respond and cope with the hostile feelings of their peers, resulting in an unexpected improvement in their performance. More comprehensive exploration of the interplay between positive and negative ties and their impact on performance outcomes. So in the vocational school, disliked actors with high publication scores face exclusion from workplace relationships, because common norm in the vocational school is to focus on occupational work, not academic work. For that reason, they exclude these individuals from the social structure. But in the business school, the actors have critical position both in positive networks, advice and friendship networks, and also they locate at the center of the negative network. So this is my last slide. According to this argument, we are trying to explore whether there is a mutual relation or one-way relationship between academic performance and negative relationships. For example, if somebody increase his or her academic performance, this may attract negative ties to the focal actor. So nowadays we are trying to explore whether this is a one direction relationship or mutual relationship between these two variables. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The title is very important. The next presentation is will be given by Professor Fatih Çetin from Baskent University, Turkey. And the title is Revolving Creativity Through Empowerment and Voicing with the Role of Leader-Member Exchange, Blue and Gray Color Schemes. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello again. I'm the blue guy, you know. Yeah, hello, students, and very nice to meet you in here. I make it much more simple for you for understanding the topic, what's going on about the creativity. Actually, we concentrate on individual creativity, how we can be much more creative personally. Is there any idea? Say something, please, beforehand. How you can be creative personally? Anyone volunteer to say something? Students, maybe? Can you say something? No? Is there? It's okay. Is there anyone creative? You look very creative by dressing and something. Okay. So we look for how the social factors around make people much more creative. Creativity is much more, maybe a personal issue, but also a social issue. So there is something, or in the environment, there should be a constructive environment or conditions to be to make employees creative, especially in the workplace, right? So we check out how employee creativity, the blue and gray colors creativity, comes from the social environment they are in, right? So this is our topic. So what is their social environment? Maybe we have the critical one, social people, I mean, the supervisor, immediate supervisor, they are very critical in our workplaces. So how he or she behaves, or her behaviors or his behaviors increase or decrease our creativity. What kind of behaviors is significant, right? So one of the concepts is about the empowerment, empowering leadership or empowering managers. It's kind of how you are much more free in the workplace in terms of decision making, in terms of your work activities, how much you don't control by other, something that is very generally speaking, right? And other factor is other factor is the voice. Voice is, you need to say something in the workplace. Sometimes it is, if it is free environment, if it is a positive climate, it's very, easy to say something, or suggest something to your supervisors or others. So how much tendency you have voice to say something, right? So it is also based on the environment, also based on the your supervisor, right? So this voice also creates the creativity. If you have a positive idea or any different idea, you feel free to say, first of all, right? So this is the voice. How much you make a voice to say something. No, I don't agree with you. Or I have a new idea, because, etc. Right? So this is the voice, one of the other individual variable. And also relationship is also critical in this situation. Your relationship sometimes with your supervisor is very positive, and sometimes it's very negative, right? So this is the three, maybe four variables in individual perspective, right? Leadership style is very critical. That's why we concentrate on empowering leadership, which is how much they shape power with us, right? Their authority, their decisions, how much they share. And also they create an autonomy for ourselves. And also this autonomy increase our sense of meaning. What does it mean? Oh, it's very complicated, but if you are doing an activity, not just forcing others, but yourself, you can find much more meaningfulness in the activity, right? So this is the self-meaning, right? That is the issue. And also the competence means you believe that, I can do that. So you trust your skills, abilities, and other competencies. So this is the competence, and you determine your purposes and you make an impact, right? So this is how empowering leadership make you much more motivated, especially it is an intrinsic motivation. I know there are lots of concepts you don't maybe very first time. Intrinsic motivation, you are doing the activity just you like it. It's a very simple explanation, not scientific, but the main issue in the intrinsic motivation, you are liking the activity you are doing. That's why you are really engaged. For example, playing games is very intrinsic motivated. That's why you are not put in the distance the playing games in the digital environment, right? Intrinsic motivation, you are really liking the activities. Yes, the voice, I think it is enough. There are sometimes constructive voices sometimes destructive, but we are talking about the constructive voice, right? It is needed for the developments. It is needed for the new ideas. It is needed for the other new approach in the workplace. And also the relationship. Why you are making a relationship with your supervisor? What is the main issue in the relationship? Because you expect something from him or from her. And also he or she also expects something from you, right? So this relationship based on the exchanges. Exchanging the resources. What kind of resources you are expecting your supervisor? Maybe just say thank you. Maybe just promotion. It based on individual, right? Perceptions. And what they are expecting from you, just work, right? Be positive and be loyal to organization, etc. So all these relationships based on the social expectancies or expectancy theory, right? So we are all relationship based on the expectancies, right? Exchanges, let's say, in generally. We are exchanging the resources. We are giving time to him, and they are giving money for us, etc. So this is a kind of exchange relationship. Is it okay? Everybody is, I think, following, hopefully. So our purpose is how empowering leadership creates employee or goes to employee creativity, how the voice plays any role in the relationship, and how relationship with your supervisor change the relations, sometimes higher or lower, I will explain. And we will also check out how the blue and gray colors, if there is any differences between what is blue and gray. Maybe blue is a manual worker, right? And they are most of the time they doing their work with your physical activities. They are using much more using their physical bodies. That's why they are blue, right? The boring part is coming. Be careful. So this is our model on hypothesis. The first one, the relationship between empowerment and creativity. Second one, this is the relation hypothesis. And third one is the from voice to creativity. And third hypothesis is about if there is a mediating effect. I am very difficult to explain the mediations or other details, statistical aspect, for instance. I'm sorry about that. And also we have looked for if the quality of the relationship is higher or lower in between the empowering leader and your voice, if there is a change or if there is a difference in between. So this is our model to explore. How many times it's okay for following? Thank you, Piotr. Thank you very much. So we have totally 548 participants, and not half of the percentage of male. And for what else? The age and the distribution of education you can see from. We have used some certain of surveys which is very well used and very well provide their validities and their reliabilities. And we use some programs in here, Smart PLC4 and IBM. These are the programs for the statistical analysis. And these are all shows how the measurement instrument is good for measuring what it needs to measure, and also how they are consistent, right? This is the reliability and validity issues in generally and the results, and it all looks fine. And this is the correlation table in between the variables. I'm sorry for the these are the employee voice and the empowering leadership. These are the abbreviations of the variables. That's okay. Okay, this is the funny part. Complicated the result. So the blue one is the blue color, and the white is the looks like white. Is the gray is the gray color results. And let's look at the just hypothesis. The first hypothesis partially supported. The informing is one of the issue about their behavior. They don't inform us, right? Or they inform me about the developments, about any issue. So informing is not worked. Informing not goes to the creativity for the blue colors, right? But the others has. And for the gray color, coaching and showing concern didn't work for the creativity. I'm talking about just hypothesis, the first hypothesis, right? And let's look at the relationship between leadership and the voice. What kind of empowering behaviors make you much more voice? All of them are supported. So if you are lead by examples, and if you are participative decision making, if you are coached by your supervisor, and if you are informed, and if you are concerned by your supervisor, then you can increase your voice. This is the result, and it's good and expected. And what about how voice goes to creativity? Both of the group, point 50 and point 31, is both of the group. It's good. So if you have a voice, and it creates your creativity personally, right? So this is the result. So when you look at the yellow one, the partially supported, it means that if you are empowered by the supervisor, first of all, your voice increase. Then it transform your creativity. So this is what we have found. Except the situation by, this is just one, I'm sorry, this is just about the informing. For example, I'm just giving an example. If you are informed by empowered, by informed, and then you make a voice, and then it goes to your creativity. Just inform for the blue colors. For the gray colors, if you are coached by supervisor, and then you make your voice higher, then it goes to creativity, right? So this is a full mediation with these. Full mediation means all the empowering behaviors goes to voice and then goes to creativity, not directly creativity. So this is another testing. And the last one is, you can look at the yellow, green part, hypothesis 5. So this is all shows that if you have a higher level quality relationship between supervisor, it really influences if you really makes your voice higher. So good relationship is also critical. Yeah. That's true. But how? Self-efficacy. We can explain with the self-efficacy. Self-efficacy means, if it's a cognitive theory, if you believe that your capabilities, knowledge, skills, or abilities works for your achievement, for the job, it's very critical psychological or personal belief. And if your supervisor creates an autonomy environment for you and also support your competence and a kind of empowering, then it creates your voice, and then this voice goes the results about creativity. So the critical point, self-efficacy, really shaped by the social environment at the workplace, especially with the relationship with your supervisor. That creates a very significant factor for the creativity. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think your presentation is very interesting for students. Yes, we have one. The last one is presentation corporate social responsibility in the small scale gold mining sector in Ghana. The presentation will be given by Theophilus Anderson from University of Leicester, England. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Theophilus Anderson, and I'm a postgraduate research student from the University of Leicester in England. The research topic that I'm going to share with you is titled Corporate Social Responsibility in the Small-Scale Gold Mining Sector in Ghana. Ghana abounds in many natural resources, and gold is one of them. Over the years, the mineral has contributed in so many ways to the country's socio-economic development. The country is currently the leading producer of gold in Africa and the 9th largest overall in the world. In terms of the small-scale gold mining sector, which is the focus of my research, its contribution to wealth and job creation cannot be overemphasized. The fact is that over 1 million people are employed in the small-scale gold mining sector, and it is estimated that over 4 million people depend on that sector for livelihood as well. However, beneath this impressive statistics that I've given you lays the issue of environmental pollution, which manifests itself in the form of land degradation, water contamination, floral depletion, and many others. The question one may ask is, why this research then? To the left is the map of Ghana, and the areas that are shaded are the places where small-scale mining occurs in that country. So why then this research? Why was this research undertaken? Environmental pollution is becoming a problem, a major concern to key stakeholders in the country, because of the risks and the challenges that it poses to the environment. Furthermore, prior research over the years have focused mainly on large multinational corporations to the detriment of small-scale mining sector. There's therefore a research gap, and this is where my research comes in, because few studies have focused on small-scale mining sector in the developing country context, especially in the West African region. And so a research on Ghana is very important and worth to be undertaken. To the left is a particular scene of a small-scale mining in Ghana, and you can see the destruction that is on that screen. These are my research questions. I looked at the key drivers that motivate small-scale miners to undertake corporate social responsibility in the sector, and the barriers or the challenges that they face in practicing social responsibility. And finally, I looked at the appropriateness of government policy as well as institutional arrangements that are in place to make sure that small-scale miners practice corporate social responsibility. With regards to research design and methodology, the study was conducted in the western region of Ghana, specifically Tarkwa district. The reason that town was chosen is the fact that it constitutes a large proportion of small-scale miners in that area. I also used qualitative research in the sense that I wanted the participants to tell their own story in their own way, in their own environment, the experience that they have in that field. 15 small-scale mining workers or owner managers who were interviewed. I traveled to Ghana to conduct face-to-face interviews. Responses were transcribed using the NVivo database. emerging teams formed the basis for this research. Participants were selected based on purposive and snowboarding sampling. The reason being that I needed people with knowledge and experience in the area that I was researching. And also, due to the nature of work that they do, it's difficult to get people to be involved in a research. So you need to know somebody to get somebody to interview. In terms of the literature, it came to light that there are no policies on corporate social responsibility for these miners, mostly practiced on ad hoc basis as and when needed, and mostly prompted by key stakeholders in the sector. It also came to light that they had limited resources, so it impedes voluntary participation of corporate social responsibility. And if it happens that they are to engage in corporate social responsibility, what they normally do is community initiatives, job creation, and also to be in good terms with government officials. That brings its own problems. These are the key findings of my research based on the research question that I asked. In terms of the drivers of corporate social responsibility in small-scale mining sector, the key themes emerged, showed values and beliefs of owner-managers. Due to the size and nature of these small-scale miners, owner-managers' views hold sway. Usually, one-man business with few employees, so whatever he decides goes. They also do receive training from intermediary organizations, such as industry associations, non-governmental organizations, and higher educational institutions that have been set up to train them. The problem here is that we have million people that are engaged in mining and about 60 institutions in that field. So it's difficult to be able to cover everyone in that sector. And finally, in terms of government regulations, even though it came to light that regulations were ineffective, but sometimes they do turn up. These are some of the quotations that I had from the interviewees when I went there to interview the participants, the small-scale miners. Because of time, I will not be able to go through everything, so I'll skip through that. In terms of challenges that they face, there was lack of awareness and education of the concept. Many of them indicate that they do not know what corporate social responsibility is all about. And if you don't know about something, there's no way you're going to participate in it. So that was an issue. And there was issue with financial constraints. They didn't have the resources, the finance to be able to undertake some of these social responsibility and environmental management. For example, if they dig a hole with the view of finding a gold deposit, they need to refill that land or cover it up. But sometimes they don't get anything from it, so they just move on to another area. And so they create these holes all over the place. That creates a lot of havoc for farmers. And there's also bureaucracy in terms of obtaining permits and licenses. It takes a long time to get a permit to operate, or the processes and procedures are so cumbersome and difficult. And so what they do is that they start mining anyway without the permission that are needed for them to do so. In terms of effectiveness of government policies and institutional arrangements on social responsibility, it came to light from the findings that government policies and institutional arrangements have not been effective, in the sense that there's lack of enforcement, supervision, and monitoring. As somebody nicely quoted up here, the laws are nicely documented on paper. However, it requires human implementation, and that is lacking. And there's also corruption. Then compliance issues with small-scale miners. They don't seem to follow the rules and regulations that are in place to control some of the things that they do. And there was lack of clarity and understanding of the regulations of mining as well. Now back to my conclusion. Small-scale gold mining sector in Ghana has contributed a lot towards the country's economic development, in the sense that it provides livelihood, especially to rural dwellers. However, in their quest to engage in social responsibility, the sector is beset by many challenges, which I've enumerated, so I'm not going to go into that. The study therefore makes the following recommendations. Government agencies in charge of mining should ensure that there is a code of practice for small-scale miners in the country. Furthermore, miners should be engaged to form associations so that they can come together to be better organized, and training could be offered to them to participate in CSR. For future study, I recommend that the activities of unregistered miners should be looked into. Thank you so much for your patience and for listening. These are my references. Thank you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for discipline. It's perfect. Yes, we don't have time for discussion because now is 3 p.m. and we have coffee break. If you have question, maybe during coffee break. Thank you very much for interesting presentation. It's very high level. Thank you.
Jestem przed ostatnią, moim zdaniem. Dobra.
Okay, welcome to our third session. We have 5 presentations. So our speakers are Marcin Soniewicki from Poznań University of Economics and Business, Agnieszka Tulkrzyszczuk from Warsaw University of Life Sciences, Barbara Mazur from Lublin University of Technology, Ewa Stawicka from Warsaw University of Life Sciences, and I have also a presentation. My name is Piotr Pietrzak, and I am also from Warsaw University of Life Sciences. The first presentation, Impact of Trust on Knowledge Sharing and Knowledge Management Culture in High-Tech Service Companies. Marcin Soniewicki, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. As Piotr mentioned, my name. It's not. I think it is for the video transmission. I think there is.
Yep, here.
Yeah, now it's okay. So thank you very much. As Piotr mentioned, the topic of my presentation, of my article, is impact of trust on knowledge sharing and knowledge management culture. In particularly, the most important part of this topic is in high-tech service companies. I will explain later on what it means. This is a specific type of companies. The purpose of this presentation was to creating and verifying model to that examines the influence between these variables, which are knowledge management culture, knowledge management sharing, and most importantly, trust, and how these variables influence on one of the most important elements, which is performance of companies, this specific type of companies. And theoretical backgrounds. Maybe we have only 10 minutes, so maybe I will skip the trust, and I will just mention that how I define the trust. The trust is willingness to rely on the partner in whom one has confidence. It has feeling supported, willingness of confidence. This is the definition by Shin. And knowledge management culture, the pattern of common assumptions, values, and beliefs and attitudes that influences behavior. And knowledge sharing, and the greedy employees share their tacit and explicit knowledge with other member of organization. And what is actually a high-tech service industry? There are different methods of differentiating, of defining high-tech companies. And here I decided to use the typology which was by Galindo, Rueda, and Verger, which is very popular now. This methodology, this classification uses the amount of R&D spent, amount company spends on R&D research. And what prompted this research? this article by one of the researchers, one of them is Professor Joanna and Professor Gołchowski, which also attended conference. And here in this conference, in this model was found that trust influences the knowledge management. And so I decided to examine these relations more thoroughly. And the research gap is how the trust influences knowledge sharing, knowledge management culture, and knowledge management performance, and how are exact relations between these variables. So this is the structural model. So the trust, this is one of the hypotheses that should positively influence knowledge sharing and knowledge management culture and direct business performance, knowledge management culture, knowledge sharing, and also knowledge sharing and knowledge management culture should positively influence business performance. So the hypotheses look this way, and methodology. So the survey instrument was developed on the basis of several literature sources. So all the questions were previously used by other researchers, but these they were used in different countries, because this is difficult, very difficult to create the research question, which is not the research question, the question in the questionnaire, which were gonna work well, but they were also adjusted to the Polish realities through the pilot study. 7-degree scale was used because this was my second research. In the first one, I used the 5-degree Likert scale, but it didn't work as well as the 7-degree scale. So I think this one is better, especially for PLSM methodology. And business performance was measured by financial and non-financial indicators, which is very often suggested by many authors, like, for example, Barney. And subjects. So the companies were randomly selected from how much time do 5 minutes? Oh, okay. So quantitative survey. Randomly from one of the databases, and but only medium, high, and high R&D intensive manufacturing. So commonly in the literature called high-tech companies were taken in this research. Particularly in this research, I focused only on this type of companies, on industries. So these were in the, scientific and research development, software publishing, and IT and other information services. Mostly these were software publishing companies, probably because these in Poland it was a random sample, so there are many software publishing companies in Poland, so that's why more than 60% of companies are 60% of sample are software publishing companies, and most of them, of course, are micro companies. And data analysis. So I used the PLSM method. The indicator reliability, they are high, and all boundary conditions are fulfilled. Fatih can confirm this, I think, because he's an expert.
Row 8 It's also about the reliability, composite reliability.
Yeah.
So it's about average and above correlations.
Yeah. So yeah, and here, sorry.
So it's okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
It's great
Okay.
measuring what they should measure
Mhm.
based on the variance extracted.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yeah. Okay. In case of discriminant validity, it should be below 0.85, so they are much lower. So research results. As you can see, that the direct influence of trust on business performance is quite low, but the trust influences very much more the knowledge sharing and knowledge management culture, especially the variance of knowledge management culture, the influence of trust on knowledge management culture is much higher. And the cumulative influence of the direct influence of trust on business performance of high-tech service companies is not very high. But when we take into account all these variables and indirect influence, it's much significant. Yeah, exactly. But all hypotheses of course are accepted, but of course the p-value was also very low, but of course there is a difference in strength of p-value strength. And the conclusion, the most important conclusion is that the direct impact of performance of tech, as I mentioned, is not very strong, but the constructs which affect the performance, the cumulative influence, when you take into account all the variables, it is the indirect influence is also important. So companies should, the managers with abilities and competence that lead to greater trust among people. These were elements of the trust that I found to be significant, especially significant. And the communication aspect, the verbal and non-verbal communication of managers, communication abilities of the managers are very important. And partner approach of managers is very approach. Partner approach to their subordinates and transparency of managers for the last one is very, very important, very significant. Other factors related to trust were not so important as these, because many others were examined, but these I found most important. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. Oh, finish. Okay, exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcin, for your perfect timing. So during our second session, Urszula Widerska told us about HRI concept, human-robot interaction, and Agnieszka will continue this topic. This presentation was made by Joanna Moczydłowska, Agnieszka Turk-Krzyszczuk, and Urszula Widelska. Trust in the context on psychological and managerial determinants of human-robotic interaction. Agnieszka, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I think I will continue a little bit this your presentation, because also I will talk about trust, about context of psychological and managerial also determinants for human-robot interaction. So maybe I will talk about introduction, about aim and methodology and specificity of human-robot interaction and trust, and of course psychological and managerial perspective. for human-robots interaction. Development of robotics, machines, and growing use of robots in many areas of the economy and social life require research. This research area has been expanding in recent years, but we have still issues that require in-depth scientific exploration. We will identify problems related to the use of modern technologies and the development of human-robot interaction, especially in psychological and relationships in these relations, and also managerial perspectives. The aims of our research was to systematize knowledge about interactions between people and robots, with particular emphasis on interactions in the work environment. So we arranged a narrative literature review, and we try to find answers for questions that what determines people's attitudes towards robots, and what is the psychological context of this relationship or managerial perspective in this interaction. Trust is very important for these relationships, and also it's possible to combine the strengths of the machines, reliability, endurance, and reputation accuracy, with the strengths of humans, dexterity, flexibility, and the ability to make decisions. So the robots can work side by side with humans on physically strenuous or monotonous tasks. So trust is really important and is the most important success factor in this relation, and teamwork. Duties, its complexity, studying in the human relation, in the interaction, robot interaction in the context of trust. Trust involves a person's readiness to rely on the robot to perform tasks. Authority and task are delegated to the machine with the fight of convictions that it will perform them as well as or even better than a human. So the machine begins to be a collaborator with and with collaboration based on trust. And other important factors in this area are proximity between humans and robots, risk propensity, and also system on which collaboration with the robot is based, and the resulting level of work efficiency. According to psychological determinants, we have many factors which influence and determines the human-robot interaction and trust. So effective communication, also attitudes towards robots, which allows to predict behavior towards robots. The knowledge about robots may also significantly influence to constitute emotional evaluative aspect. Also, factors like sex, education, age, culture, nationality, experience, type of robots, context, many factors also have determined. Propensity for cooperation, task of type, critical nature of the task, robot appearance, composition of the robot team, many aspects which determine of this relation. On managerial dimensions, managerial area, also we saw the dimensions Management is the result of combining technical effectiveness, reliability, compliance with regulations, and the ability to flexibly adapt to business needs. So building trust requires a comprehensive approach with the technical and organizational aspects of implementing of robot in the workplace. So industry 4.0, a systematic approach to competence management in the organizations is necessary. Managers manage on not only people but also robots. So completing new technologies require new technical skills by advanced robotics. If managers, if they trust to robots, I think we can see the growing interest in this area. Robots currently perform only 10% of production tasks at this moment, and also their share of robots is expected to increase to 25%. For example, in the United States, over 30% of jobs will be automated by 25. 1 year, we will wait for it. People should primarily develop the skill of managing machine work and know how to communicate with machines. The implementation of collaborative robots, cobots, for example, has changed the way modern intelligent factories operate. Also, the robots support operators by working alongside them a common task. Now, for sure, the popularity of robots and robotics is growing. For example, we have real robots, humanoid robots, industrial robots, autonomous vehicles, cleaning robots, assistive robots, and robots which appearing in the film production, animation, games, etc., etc. So, for summary, okay, trust in human-robot relationship is a complex issue. Taking into account the psychological background, human trust in a robot results from the processes of communication with the robot and their consequences, people attitudes towards robots and their tendency to cooperate. For Industry 4.0, building trust in and managing robots is a particular challenge for contemporary managers. The robot ceases to be a machine and begins to be a member of the team that the manager must manage. So the effectiveness of this process will depend on the attitudes on the team, as well as on the methods of communication among members of a team that is heterogeneous in terms of structure. There is a need for early education and also lifelong learning, especially in the field of human-robot relations. And it's becoming even more urgent to solve occupational and geographic mismatches and connect workers with the training they need to land job with better perspective. So here you can see our references. So thank you so much. Thank you for your
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. Yeah. So I hope you will continue your research in the future because this is a very hot topic nowadays. Okay.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Probably I need to change my place because I am the next presenter. Okay. So Warsaw University of Life Sciences. This is the oldest agricultural university in Poland. It was established in 1816. That is why many our workers are conducting research in the agricultural domain. So nowadays we talked about artificial intelligence. Casey Chen shown many practical examples. That is why the topic of my presentation is machine learning in the domain of agriculture, a systematic literature review. So my presentation consists of 5 parts. At the very beginning, short introduction, next research method, results, discussion, and concluding remarks. So agriculture is considered an important pillar of the world's economy and also satisfy one of the basic needs on human being, of course, food. Here you have Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and food is one of the most important psychological needs next to, for example, water or shelter. So that is why there is an increasing pressure on the agriculture industry to enhance productivity, optimize resource allocation, utilization, ensure sustainable practices. In response to these challenges, machine learning has emerged as a powerful tool capable of revolutioning various facts of agriculture, from crop cultivation and livestock management to supply chain logistics and environmental monitoring. So we can say generally that machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that enables computer systems to learn from data and make predictions or decisions without explicit programming, offers a plethora or opportunities to address the complexities inherent in agricultural operations. The landscape of literature in the field of agriculture and machine learning is predominantly characterized by an abundance of articles focusing on the practical applications of machine learning techniques in agricultural settings. Here you have many examples of surveys, and my presentation will give a new spot of information, because the main aim is to provide the result of systematic literature review of the use of machine learning in agriculture. So systematic review involves identifying, synthesizing, and assessing all available evidence. What is important, both quantitative and qualitative, in order to generate a robust, empirically derived answer to a focused research question. So the data search was conducted at the end of April, and the selected peer-reviewed database was WOS, Web of Science. So this repository was selected as the primary source of information to assure both scientific robustness and inclusivity. So I started with the inclusion criteria by using 2 terms, agriculture and machine learning. What is important in the topic? So title, abstract, or keywords. So the search for articles was conducted notwithstanding the time impediments, but constrained to journal and conference papers. To avoid wrong interpretations, the selected documents had to be written only in English. So at the very end, I get around 3,500 articles. So here you have figure number 2, distribution of articles by year. Nowadays, machine learning is one of the most famous research topics. Last 2 years, 1,600 articles. This year, around 300. So here you have most frequently cited publications. The first position, Sanderman, Hengel, and Fiske, soil carbon depth of 20,000 years of human land use. The second position, assessing the robustness of random forests to map land cover with high resolution satellite image time series over large areas. So here you have also number of articles per Web of Science subject area. I think it is obvious that many of publications are in the area of computer sciences, but we have also engineering, we have also environmental sciences, but of course also management. So the second part, qualitative analysis. So the general flow of the development of machine learning models and the implementation in agriculture follows several phases. And here you have these phases. So at the very beginning, we have the initial phase, which involves the retrieval of agriculture data from diverse sources. These data are then divided into training and testing data sets. The outcome of this process is a robust machine learning model capable of making classifications, predictions, or decisions tailored to specific agricultural context. Subsequently, the validated model is ready for deployment across various agricultural domains. I found many examples. For example, it can be crop, soil, water, or animal management. So here you have examples of different applications of machine learning in agricultural domains. So for example, crop management. And the authors used RF model, random forest. So compares various classification strategies for vegetation mapping over large-scale areas using Sentinel data within the Google Earth Engine platform and random forest algorithm for classification. Water management employs Internet of Things components to gather data and machine learning to optimize irrigation requirements and reduce energy consumption. But of course, I need to remember about some limitations. So the systematic literature review was performed only based on Web of Science repository, while other databases such as Google Scholar or Scopus were omitted, which limited the number of publications in this field. So only works in English were included in the study, and all other publications in national languages. I found some Chinese examples or also Polish. So it is possible that some relevant publications might have been left out of the study. Of course, I need to think about future research directions. So examining how the use of machine learning in agriculture translates into the social and technical elements of farms. So what adaptive changes occur in the system elements? So here you have Levitt's diamond. It consists of 4 components. So we have technology, people, task, and structure. So I have 3 research questions. So probably we need to find an answer for a question. How machine learning algorithms change people behavior? What new type of tasks agricultural farms will do in the future? And what about farms structure? So the main conclusion of the study is that interest in the use of machine learning in agriculture has grown in recent years, particularly in these 5 areas: crop, water, soil, and animal management. So moreover, according to the author, some publications in the field of the use of machine learning in agriculture domains were omitted in the quantitative and qualitative analysis. Probably this is a consequence of the fact that the publishers, despite the fact that they raise issues closely related to the concept of the machine learning, did not include it in the title, abstract, or keywords, because I made a systematic literature review based on topic. So the concept of the machine learning is very important, up to date, and requires, of course, further analysis and consideration. So therefore, I propose to validate my conceptual model presented in the previous section. So thanks to this, it will be possible to answer questions how to change in technology has affected changes in people, tasks, and structure of farms. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. If you will have any questions, we have a few minutes to give answers. So that's all. Thank you very much. Thanks. So now we can go to the next presentation. This time Barbara Mazur will talk about humanistic paradigm in management, example of Polish enterprises.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here.
Yes. We're waiting for you.
Thank you very much. Does it work? Yeah, I see. I see. It's good to be, the leader of the session because nobody controls the time. It could be. I have several slides and 10 minutes, so I will run. Please run with me or fly with me if you prefer. But before starting to presenting the slides, I would like to tell that I have the humanistic and philosophical background. And that's the reason why the area of my interest is the humanistic management or humanistic responsibility of the company. So introducing the subject, I would like to say that there are two different methods of managing. One is economic one, and the second one is humanistic. And prevailing is, of course, that economic, where we try to achieve as big part of the profit as possible. So we try to maximize the profit. And in humanistic management, profit is not the first, it's the second. Yeah. So I will present this approach, and I will start. To introduce the humanistic paradigm briefly, it's focused on all phenomena relating to man and his place in the organization. Man should be stressed here. Puts people at the center of management practices. Entails strategies and practices aimed at creating human well-being. Yeah? Reject the concept of a man described as homo economicus, which means the man who try to achieve as much as possible in the material sense or financial sense, and its place, and in its place introduces zoon politikon. It means the human understood or perceived as a social creature. Not economical one, but social, broader. And it implies corporate humanistic responsibility. There are some presentation here about, with Theo, the first probably, about the corporate social responsibility. Yeah? And corporate humanistic responsibility is less famous, but it's still very important because it's about humans. And if you open the book on management, the first sentence in every book is that the humans or workers, employees are the main assets of the company. If it is a main asset, let's concentrate, let's focus on this, on these assets. Along with the humanistic paradigm in management, the concept of corporate humanistic responsibility has appeared. And why it is important? Because humanistic paradigm in management and humanistic corporate responsibility go together. One is supporting another one. And according to American researcher like Swanson or Wood, humanistic humanistic part of responsibility is a smaller part of social responsibility. So it's a part, but important part. And what are the theoretical implications for corporate humanistic responsibility? The organizational theory should be not only limited to technical, economic, or possible social reactions, but it includes also ethical and human evaluation. It's about ethical, because ethics, so far it was the area of people, me and you, and between us is this ethical area, yeah. And now instead of you, we put robot, yeah. So it's also about ethical issues. Business play a crucial role in solving collective problems and promoting a better future for humanity and the planet, for humanity. Yes, again, humans. Yeah. And I would like to introduce or to show you the questionnaire which could be used to present to do the research on humanistic management and corporate humanistic responsibility. Because you know that if we manage, we must know how to measure. Because you can't manage the place without measuring it. Even culture is measurable. Yeah. So this humanistic approach is also using this this measure to compare how to do the research. First, we must take the concept, and then we must find the measures. And the concept of corporate human responsibility is that companies should improve the human condition at work, and how to measure it if the company do that. Yeah? There are 5 different areas which are measurable, and we and my colleagues from Lublin University of Technology, we did the research in Polish enterprises to measure what is the level of humanistic management in this company. And now I will present it quickly, because there are 5 areas, and in every area where there are some questions or some issues or statements which help to measure the humanistic management. The question could be like that: employees are encouraged to interact across departments. Yeah, it's great. Links between people. If they are encouraged to interact with other employees from different levels within the organization. If they are encouraged to compete and cooperate with each other. If they respect each other, regardless the position in the organization, or how their work, if they know their work targets and the deadlines, if they are comfortable discussing their career objectives with the superiors, if they are encouraged to attend team training, if they are actively encouraged to join the company's activity or programs, or if they are encouraged to demonstrate eco-consciousness at work. And before I'm coming back, it was healthy. The first area, it was healthy internal communication. So we measure the communication. Then we can measure the CSR commitment, how they are engaged in programs, in actions, in initiatives in the frame of CSR. If they are encouraged to engage in social responsibility activities, if they are encouraged to make suggestions about CSR activities to the company, if they are provided a work environment that is surrounded by the positive energy, and if they have the benefits from HR practices that are in line with the CSR program, and if the new employees are introduced to socially responsible practices during the onboarding time or program. Yeah? And I don't know if we have enough time to read all five areas, but you see that every area has the special statements, and the respondents of our questionnaire, they had the scale of seven answers, and we measured the almost 300 companies operating in Poland using these statements and assessment of the respondents. The third area is employee-centric workplace. We are close to humanistic approach. If the company promotes gender equity, if employees are comfortable expressing their views, and as management is willing to listen to them, if the top management believes that employees have their personal life to be respected. Yeah? The problem is with the better situation is in companies. The worst situation is at the universities. Employees are engaged at work as they see their employer paying attention to their needs, and so on. And then the fourth, holistic training and development. Holistic means not only for the work, for the needs of the work at the moment. If the company provides training in which employees can learn new skills that are not relevant to their current jobs. It is important because if they lose job, they have some extra skills and kind of advantage on the marketplace. If the company provides technical training, and if it invests in a soft skills training, all about people. And at the fifth area of the humanistic corporate responsibilities, if the company, it is holistic compensation. If the company offers advanced salary to the employee in the case of an emergency, yeah? If they provide rewards for both permanent and contractual employees. If the company provides a profit-sharing rewards, if it provides social recreation for employees, if it recognizes employee participation in CSR campaigns, and if company values socially responsible QR practices in exchange for employee performance. And now, the two last slides. The research was developed by three people from Lublin University of Technology. It was 300 companies in the research, and you see how many women and men and what kind of companies they represented, and it was commerce, services, and productions in majority, and the research was fresh enough. Questions were if the size of the enterprises influence the level of humanistic management, and if does the industry influence the level of humanistic management and actions through humanistic corporate responsibility. And results, the last slide, indicate the research results indicate differences in the level of applying the humanistic paradigm between large, medium, and small enterprises, representing different industries. So the size is important. And the results prove that industry influences the level of humanistic management and action through humanistic corporate responsibility. It means that production, commerce, and so on are different in this sense. Yeah, just to remind those 5 elements to measure. Yeah, and last sentence: management needs humanists, and humanists needs management. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am really glad that we have an opportunity to hear presentation. And the last one, corporate social responsibility. So, yeah, still in the same area, or as a factor of innovation on the sustainable development. So another concept, Ewa Stawicka.
Hello, everyone. I am last but not least. I hope that thank you that you are with me. And today I prepare a presentation connecting with corporate social responsibility as factor of innovation on the sustainable development. And it's not easy topic because on one hand is corporate social responsibility and sustainable development, and other hand very important topic like innovation. And short introduction, really short about CSR and sustainable development, and then I pay attention on typology of innovation for sustainable development, and of course summary and conclusion. And firstly, I have a quotation because, as I mentioned, CSR and sustainable development are very similar, and in the literature, because I would like to pay attention that is not my result of research, but is theoretical background. And in the literature, we can find equivalent approaches to CSR and sustainable development very often. And in economic practice, however, both concepts are still interchangeable. And researchers even state that CSR and sustainable development are brilliant. Yes, brilliant, because means something, but not always same for everyone in organization and each other. And in this slide, you can see triple bottom line, and is some kind of pay attention on emphasize equal consideration with environmental, social, and economical aspects. And I would like now find solution between CSR, sustainable development, and innovation. Innovation for sustainable development. And in literature, a little theory, innovation for sustainable development is, of course, growth and economic development always take place at the expense of nature and its values. Hence, it is necessary to take action aimed at limiting or even preventing external costs accompanying economic transformation. Therefore, of course, innovation play important function not only in economic, technical, and production, but also in social and ecological aspects. And in literature, I could find 4 types of innovation, and of course is traditional innovation, social innovation, green innovation, and sustainable innovation, what I would like to pay attention. And first type of innovation, traditional, of course, is a type of innovation consists with the traditional profit maximizing paradigm, where little attention is given to the potential side effect of an innovation. And in practice, I could find, and I try to find examples, and 3D printing, or each of us using cameras, sorry, I would like to in Polish use cameras in our mobile phone. If we talk about green innovation, in the literature, I could find different related terms like environmental innovation, ecological, eco-innovation, eco-efficient innovation, low-carbon innovation, externality reducing innovation, etc. I would like to find example in practice, and I find this practice. For example, it's the Adidas brand joined force with Parley for ocean and create ecological shoes made from old fishing nets and other items recovered from the sea and ocean. It's very interesting example in my opinion. And second example is sustainable Lego. Danish toy maker toy maker, sorry, use sustainable green alternative to oil-based plastic, and they use toy biodegradable plastics. The next kind of innovation, social innovation, definition emphasizes that this type of innovation prioritizes social challenges, but puts a lower emphasis on economic and environmental concerns. Again, while the goal to maximize social outcomes is laudable, the economic feasibility for such innovation cannot be ignored. And next example, social innovation. You can see, in my opinion, all of you knows BlaBlaCar, for example, and I find different kind of innovation. Time banking is a community system that connects people and encourages them to help each other, where time is the principal currency. And the last one, I would like to find solution. Sustainable innovation is, in literature, I could find different terms such as sustainability-oriented innovation, socio-ecological innovation, etc. And to the point, this type of innovation is consistent with, as I mentioned on the first slide, triple bottom line of sustainability, and emphasize 3 pillars of sustainability: economic, environmental, and social aspects. And in practice, I could find sustainable innovation, TEPCO renewable power, and as you can see, it's a solution in social, ecological and economic aspects, of course, but it's not easy because it coordinates with educational and academic institution, develop technology and knowledge management, etc., develop of wind farm business that is high technical solution. And as I mentioned, I tried to review literature and I could find theoretical model. And for example, scientists, Kumar and different, based on their research result, you can find and you can see that on sustainable innovation, it's not it's not so easy because you can see that on this factor influence leadership, culture, skills, competences, cultural, circular economic practice, and it's not so easy. Different theoretical model I could find that you can see that on innovation for sustainable development influence, for example, knowledge, and you can see knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, knowledge application, knowledge management, and it's a whole process, not so easy process, and as a result, corporate sustainable development and innovation, and you can see triple bottom line: sustainable, environmental, social, and economic sustainability. And conclusion, although each one of these 3 specific types of innovation for sustainable development focuses on key challenges and contributes in important ways to a sustainable future, there is a need to move research and practice toward a more comprehensive view of sustainability discourse and practice. And of course, there is a need for more holistic approaches to sustainable development. And it's not so easy connecting triple bottom line, as I mentioned. And on one hand is the need to strengthen innovation, and on the other hand, to meet the constantly changing regulatory and image requirements. And the combination of these trends allows organization to create products and services that are environmentally and socially friendly and to use sustainable research and development process. And my references, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Because we have 9 minutes more, we can make a short discussion. Maybe I have one question to Barbara Mazur. Can we implement corporate social responsibility without humanistic social responsibility?
I have my own.
Okay.
Thank you. The question is important, and in my opinion, that's my private opinion, but I am almost sure that I'm right. Corporate social responsibility is introduced by the companies which apply the economic paradigm of development. So the profit is first, and then society, after some problems with this kind of activities, some crisis, society put the pressure on companies to do something for social needs, and they do that. But that's not their own decision. Yeah, it's under pressure of different kind of stakeholders. Yeah, and humanistic is not. It's not like that. It means that humanistic is inside of the company, not put outside. Yeah, because corporate social responsibility is like, you know, you are hurt, and they put something to keep, yeah, your hand so without blooding, or yeah, and humanistic is inside, and it means that if it is inside, yeah, it's more important, and it's like a DNA or something of the organization. Yeah, it's more ethical, it's more human, and it's responsible for humans, not for the profit, but for the humans. After that is the profit, of course, because companies exist for making profits. But in this approach, yeah, the moral values, the acting, put your money where your moral is. Yeah. So not in another way. So I don't know if I answer your questions.
Yeah,
more or less.
Yeah, more, of course, more. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe other questions from our audience? Yeah, okay. So our presenters made fantastic speeches. So thank you for your presentations. So it was an honor to be a part of this session. So that's all for today. We are inviting you for our gala dinner. We will start at 7 o'clock. Yeah. So once again, maybe we can give some extra award for our speakers. Thank you very much. Thanks.